Okay, let's begin. Let's just begin. Hello. Nobody. One thing. And very good. Okay. I was doing some work around the base. I have configured an airlock. Because I want to close this room finally. And I hope I'll be able to do it. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but the most important thing is I have built a tank. In the meantime, this is our beauty running perfectly. Ouch. Hello. Who's that? Oh yeah. Hey, but okay. Oh, we don't have any hydrogen on board. No problem. No problem in that. Why the doors are not closing? Okay. I want to change the turrets because I have those Gatling turrets and they are not feasible. I mean, they are fine unless I have to shoot down a drone. Then most of the work is done by this autocannon on a turret, which proved to be much better for that purpose. So I want to change those turrets. But first of all, I will probably need to take all of the ammunition out and replace the ammunition. Let me do that real quick. With this, need more of those autocannon magazines. We do have some magnesium powder, I hope. Oh my, we have a lot. We are running out of gold. I was fortunate enough to find some gold like right there somewhere. And we have also silver, and because I have this gold, I was able to weld those beauties. Those are yield modules, and they greatly increase our efficiency right here. So I'm very happy about that. Okay, that's a problem. You're telling me we have some ice. We have some ice. We need a lot of ice. Okay. See, that's the thing.
Meteor storm.
You want to do something, and then the engines are on, or what? And the engine was on. Okay. Why I left those on? It's good enough that this ship is low, near the ground. I need to disassemble this one because it doesn't look good. It's laying here for a few days now. Okay. Griddles all set up. Little scheme of stone. And we can go. I really don't need that. Don't need that stone right now. Let's focus on collecting ice. Okay, how much of cargo? 57%. Great. more. Some of this grass. Okay, and let's mine a bit more. I don't know, but mining is in this game is really nice. So pleasant to see those resources being cooked. Really nice. Okay. Oh, the engines are almost protesting. Okay, 8,000, 8,000, 7, 8. I think we're good. I think we're I see chat. Probably not exactly. Yeah, I don't need I okay. That's the game. I mean, this miner I'm using right now, I am not happy with this design at all. I am not happy. But it proved useful. It's not a perfect mining ship, by no means. But sometimes a serviceable one, a useful one, is absolutely enough. Set batteries to recharge. Off and off. Okay. I don't know why I didn't turn off those engines. No matter. Let me see. I need an or cargo. And I want. Oh, hello! Hello, boss! Siemaneczka. Pokażę ci, musisz zobaczyć, to jest najlepsza gra na świecie, stary. To jest najlepsza gra. Najlepsza gra, jaką kiedykolwiek zobaczysz. Space Engineer. Jak twoje dzieci podrosną, to powinny w to grać. Nawet nie muszą rosnąć, to w generatorze sobie zostawimy. 33 tony lodu powinno starczyć. Ach, proszę bardzo, to jest moja baza. To jest moja zespawałem sobie taki mały stateczek do kopania. Jak tego, pierwsze jak były serie, znaczy na początku wylądowałem tym. Rozbiłem się tą kapsułą w ogóle. Ona miała, czekaj, mamy paliwa w jetpacku. Ona tutaj miała spadochron. Normalnie się spadochron powinien otworzyć. Nie wiem, czemu się nie otworzył. Był ustawiony na auto open i się nie otworzył. Ich było 4 w razie czego. Więc przypierdzieliłem w glebę. I to ostro, usiadłem tak krzywo. Wszystko wypatroszyłem z tego, bo tu było trochę więcej maszynerii. I przeniosłem tu. Dobra, jeszcze nie jest tego. Jeszcze nie jest. Tu sobie zrobiłem teraz śluzę. Zrobiłem sobie śluzę z przyciskami. No i tu jest, jak się wchodzi do tej strefy, to wpuści to powietrze, jak się wychodzi z tej strefy, to tutaj wyciągnie, pozamyka ładnie drzwi. W ogóle tu się tak ustawia, że to są takie bloki, są zwane timerami. Na tych timerach ustawiasz. za ile sekund, jaka akcja ma zostać wykonana. I sobie przypisałem po prostu kilka tych timer bloków do konkretnych akcji, do tych wentylatorów, do tych drzwi. No i ten przycisk uruchamia sekwencję. Załóżmy, że wcisnę tego. Znaczy, o, te są zamknięte. No bo nie musi zamknąć. On nie musi zamknąć i wpuścić powietrze. No i teraz załóżmy, że... bo taki był akurat stan tego. One powinny być zamknięte. Powinny być zamknięte. Jest powietrze tutaj, są otwarte. Chcę, żeby powietrza nie było. Te za mną się powinny zamknąć. Wentylatory powinny wyssać powietrze. I to się powinno otworzyć. I to wszystko z automatu. I proszę bardzo. I w tym momencie nie tracimy powietrza. Tej śluzy, otwierając ją. I odwrotnie. Wchodzimy. Naciskam te się powinny zamknąć. Wentylatory powietrze dopuszczą. Nawet widać taką drobną animację tego powietrza. No kiepsko ją widać. No ale przez to, że tutaj, no i teraz by było widać, jak powietrze ucieka. No bo tutaj jeszcze nie jest hermetycznie, nie? Bo jest dalej otwarte. A na tej planecie atmosfera jest, ale jest bardzo, bardzo cienka. Jest bardzo cienka. Więc tego. Dobra, co ja chciałem? Ja chciałem zatankować czołg. Chciałem czołg zatankować. Gdzie go postawiłem? A ja go postawiłem za bazą. Dobra, to. Okay, let's go. I need to refuel this one. Wait. Please. I need to refill this one. Also, Gatling turrets. I want those turrets of this tank. Because oh yeah, the projector is on. No problem. We don't need. No. The problem is. Oh no. Yeah, I've made a mistake. Because the turret I'm looking for. Autocannon turret. It has this port on the side. Oh no. I would have to. On the other side of this. Wait, is this a. This is a conveyor converter. If I ground this down. Oh, those are connected. That's not a problem. Okay, some modification will be made. Some modification will be made. Conveyors. Let's use those. Those, keep original coloring on that. I would. Let's do reinforced one. Why not? Let's do it like that. And for this block, let's do this. And just because we can, I would do a heavy armor on this side. Take a heavy block. Let's take some. Oh, we have some. We'll need more. Just because we can. Okay. We should update the. We should update the blueprint. Still place, okay. Come. Okay. And now, let's do it all. Perfect. Perfetto. Okay, and because this one is the third autocannon turret on the vehicle, it is on the right side. Let's see. Okay, out. That's this one. It's on the right side, and let's put it already here for ability to control it if necessary. And let's do this second one. Oh, so it's almost the same. Okay. Okay, let's do this reinforced one. I want to. Oh, should be working. Yeah, should. Okay. Fuel. I think I could refuel from here. Yes, I can. Okay. More plates and more everything. Really? Oh, we should be good. Should be good. Let's change color for a bit. And some additional heavy armor. This time will be a bit heavier because of that, but maybe not too much. Okay, and a turret. Easy. Great. Here's some construction components. I've modeled this tank after a Warhammer tank because, I mean, but there is, oh geez, those are the, there is a one problem with that, one slight problem. Enemy drones really like to shoot the wheels. They really like to shoot the wheels. And I was left without the left track ones, but we will test it in a moment. There is a pirate outpost. I was riding twice. Okay, this one is damaged. That's not important. Okay, let's give him more ice and more ammunition, and we can go on a mission. Let's go on a mission. Okay, take some ammo. Redistribute it. Also, let's change the name of this turret. Cannon. Turret. Left. Okay. Left and control. Okay. Fuel. Now it sees. Oh, it only shows hydrogen gas and inventory. Okay, but it's filled up. That's good. This one is not showing ice here. Also, okay, we are gaining power. That's great. That's great. Give this, please. Oh, jeez. Let's give one more. I have to make one docking station for this tank, so I don't have to do it manually. But that's for the future. Now this is just for testing. Okay. Okay, generators are fine. Enabled. Okay, let's lock the doors. Okay. Some speed because backing up here is kind of hard. Okay. I was attacking this outpost, this pirate outpost, twice now.
Meteor storm inbound.
And I have survived in this tank. And twice he tried to scare me off with the drones. We will see if this could happen for the third time.
Meteor storm
I am
inbound.
a bit better prepared. You know what? Let me see one thing. Let me check this
Meteor
turret.
storm inbound.
It kind of... This cover is not great. I welded it because it looked nice. But I think it is harder for this turret to aim while under this cover. We will see. Okay. Okay. We should get message, automated message from this outpost in a second. What's that? This is a drone. So it spawned a new drone. Okay. I will try to shoot it off with my main cannon. When it gets in range. Oh! Maybe? No? It won't be that easy. Moves. Oh! Okay! That was a direct hit. Nice. Oh my, there's the second one. Second one. Okay. I think we're good. One is still flying. Okay, a bit higher. Okay. Okay. Both of those are down. Let me see the damages. Yeah. Again, we are left without our left wheel. Okay, that's not a problem. Still can move. Kind of. Sort of. Oh jeez, easy. Easy, my guy, easy. Okay, 1.4. There is a... oh jeez. There is a outpost, and it also has some. It also has some turrets on it, I think. Let's go closer, like 1 kilometer maybe. Okay. And park. Oh jeez. Oh no, oh no. Oh. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's nice. So I went too close. I went too close and I don't have a pilot seat right now. Okay, okay. Easy. This tank was quite expensive to weld. Jeez. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We are not. We are not playing like that. Temperature is critical.
Your health is low.
Ish.
Fuel low.
I was expecting a Gatling gun, like Gatling turret on this base. Not a assault cannon. I don't know why, but I wasn't. I was terribly unprepared. I mean, it happens. But man, okay. I will weld a crane of some sorts. We'll just weld another tank. I can do some changes also. No problem. No problem. But man, was that a bit unexpected? And I couldn't move. Maybe I had parked the brakes activated. Probably I had. Probably I had. Easy. I'm getting close. I should have had a drone or something. Or some escape plan. We're getting closer to our base. I mean, this tank cost me like about 5,000 metal plates and other resources. So I mean, it's not the worst. Okay. Okay, we're home. Home. Let's heal ourselves. Oh, this med station is quite fast at healing. Sandstorm. No problem. Put this here and let me Yep. Do we have some ammo? Yes, we have. Okay. Okay, let's go. Engines on. We are going home for some revenge. I hope there will be no more drones because that would be a bit problematic. I don't have autocannons on this one. And if I die in this one, it would be much more difficult to survive. Jeez. I don't see any new drones. Let me see this one. Yeah, that's the old one. Let's put it to rest. Okay. Weather is shit. Okay. Let's take altitude. And like 1 point. Okay, easy. It tries to shoot me. Aim higher. Not giving up. Okay. Okay. Oh no, I hope one cannon disabled. I still need to aim a bit higher, I think. Okay. Now it went to the left. Too low. Higher. Okay, it was nice. It was better. He's still shooting. Okay, easy. Like here. Looked like direct hit. Okay. Okay. Jeez, that was close. At least it looked close. That also looked like a direct hit. I hope we are getting close to disable this one. Disable it. No, it's still firing. Yeah, you try to hit me. Okay, it's a bit further away, I think. Not that far. trying to return fire. Kind of. That was too low. Oh jeez. Oh shit. They hit. Oh. Okay.
Low health.
Okay, that was my best ship. And all we are left with is a mining rig right now. That's great. That's great. Wasn't expecting that for sure. Let me cook something to eat. That's not good. Absolutely not good. Yeah, all of my weapons. And do I have some spare weapons? Kind of. I don't know if these. I don't even have like a truck or anything. No what, but we could weld up something real quick. We could. Do I have any? Let me see. Something cheap. Something cheap. No drones, no. Basic run. This one looks nice. This one looks useful. And we could take this solar panel off of it, and this one is unbalanced. This one is too expensive right now. Let's do this. Multiple grids are supported. Add multiple grids. Funny. Okay, let me move this a bit. Wait with it. Okay. That, like that, and
Meteor storm
a
inbound.
bit in. Good. Attach wheel. Yeah, we totally could have some turrets on it. Yeah, there is a turret on it. This one, okay. Are there batteries? There is one. Okay, looks fine to me. Engines. Batteries. Okay. That was good. Easy. Oh! Thank you, honey. Appreciate it. Okay. Do I have any place to attach? We'll see. We'll see. maybe here. Oh. Yeah, we can live without this light. Back. Not necessary. Okay. Let's turn on the welders. Okay, let's not touch wheels if we can. So they will be welded. It's funny because they are trying to spin so hard right now. Is this a... Probably this one is a reactor. But we don't have a reactor components. That's not a problem. Okay. We'll have to make it a armored vehicle for this mission. So some adjustments will be made for this one. Okay, is everything welded? Kind of, looks like. Okay, let's touch. Still. Okay. That looks fine to me. Oh, the balls are turning. We'll probably have to configure that. Okay, let's put it on the ground. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't have a... I died with my tools on. And I turned off... I turned off respawning with tools because I hate it. You then have tools everywhere. So I'll take that from... I don't need that for now. That'll be useful later. It'll... yeah. Just for a moment. Have to... think. Oh, it's... yeah, okay. It's just another projection. Okay. Let's park this one. Charging. Turn off the engines, turn recharge. Okay. And turn off these welders. You have some ammo. What do you have really? Let me see. The auto generator, but do you have an engine? No. I mean, that's just great. Because you were supposed to run on a... yeah. Yeah, okay, but yeah, you should be fine. You should be fine. Let's turn off those lights. We need those. We could make a custom turret on top of this medium cargo. Yeah. Let's grind this down. I don't need that right now. Ah, here. Okay, you know what? Give me a second. Because that's I will need a welder for that and that. Please assemble. Oh. Oh my. Okay, thank you very much. Also, disassemble something like this. Oh, so it can be done. Fascinating. Okay. Any of those things. That it's some more of curry. What I was thinking about a assault cannon. On top of this one. Oh no, it's okay. I could. Oh, we could connect here. So this one is okay. Okay, we could connect here. No problem. No problem. That's good. That's great. That's even better. That's even better. I need but we'll be in range. It will be in range. There is no artillery. Wait. How about how about this one? For a small grid. How expensive is that? Obtainable. How about ammunition? Uranium. Yep. We don't have any. Okay, so assault cannon it is. Assault cannon it is. Go. Okay. Something like. Why can't I? I don't have plates. Yep. First of all, computer. Of course. For pipes. For everything. Let's make some base of this turret. Oh jeez. I want the rotor to be a little bit higher. Where is this? rotal display. And like 7 centimeters. 0.07. Great. Great. And now let's do a
Fuel low.
oh gee.
Fuel critical.
Okay. Do something like could be higher. That maybe, and hinge here. Sure. Okay. Tubes. Also, we'll need a camera. Do we need armor on that? I don't think so. Maybe we'll need. Okay. Because of this hitbox? Yes, because of this hitbox. Do we need this turret? We don't. We absolutely don't. Our main weapon will be this bad boy. Okay. Steel tubes. Okay. Let's make some. Just a bit. So it doesn't look that bad. Why can't I? Here? I don't know. Ouch. Looks like zombies. Nothing to worry about.
Fuel low.
Just something like them.
Fuel critical.
Yeah, our turrets made quick work of those guys. More. There's another one. Okay, and last thing is top-mounted camera. The best game right now. Little Piece of junk. As close to the front as we can, yeah. Okay. Okay. We could add a... No, we can't. I mean, we could, but no problem. No. Custom turret control. Custom turret. Let's the world one here somewhere. Okay. Detector and display. Detector and display. Okay, let's configure. We'll need a rotor, we need a hinge. Should be fine. Bolt cannon, great. Maybe we could. And you know what? Maybe we even should. We absolutely freaking. Because this is the only thing that could give us an upper hand. More firepower. Speed and power. So let's do that. Let's just do that. This was not invented yet. And I'm not going to do it. Okay. Please say. Okay. Have problem with. Okay. And only metal grids are left. Oh. You? Okay. Metal grids. Okay. 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 This looks fun. That just looks fun. Okay. Okay. Let's some of those, please. I have some already. Okay, make only front wheels turning. One of those. Oh, okay. That was a blind guess. Is the turret operational? Control, please. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, it's a bit wiggly because of the platform we are on, but you know, it is how it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. This one is first to die. Okay, I'll take some ice on. Okay. Give me more ammo. There is a auto generator here, so I hope it working. I've lost 2 vehicles already. Okay. Okay, let's go. Not to turn over. Fine. Go. I hope there will be no other drones attacking us, because that would be terrible. Absolutely. Crash. I'm curious if anything was left from our tank. That looks like the wreck of my tank is still standing. That's great. Oh, there is my gunship. Ah, jeez. And there is... my nemesis. Okay. Slowly. Wait. If I would let AI to operate this turret, and I would be left trying to evade the enemy fire. Could we survive that? Not easy. Okay. Yeah. They are trying. Okay, let's do it like that. Jeez. I'm going to die so hard. Oh shit. Maybe some like no, we don't have uranium. I need uranium badly. Yet. There should be an option for this custom turret to try to hit weapons. Let's do it again. Please. Oh Jesus, Jesus, no, 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 go back, go back, go back. Gee, shit. Too close, okay. We are not breaking like that again, ever again. Okay. Time. What are you shooting at? My guy? Even... Are you even trying? Okay, let me take control. Because there are other... Yeah. Those are trying to shoot. Okay, we are on position. Oh no, 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 they still have ammo. Please. Close. Right. Closer. We are still aiming at the middle. Oh no, 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 no. That is still absolutely too close. Be able to... You see this turret? Ah. Okay, again. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Wait, maybe I could go on this hill and attack from beyond it, so I could get some cover. Maybe. Where's my buddy? I had the best grinder in game on my corpse. I would really like to get it back. I afraid it despawned. Okay. Yes. Easy. I mean, for how shitty this truck is, it moves really well. In this terrain. I will have to reassess this design. Okay, easy. Yeah. Don't get too close. Don't get too close. Not too close. Okay. They can see us. Can see us. Right now. No, they can't. Let's use terrain for cover. Okay. And why are you? Okay. Have a visual constantly. That's bad. Why it doesn't shoot at me? Huh? That's fun. Wait. Do I have to assign all? Yeah. I was stupid. Not much better. Much better. Wait. Oh jeez. Oof. Let me see this one more time. Oh jeez. That's some firepower. Okay. I need to destroy this turret. Time. One more time. And one more time. It's hard to aim when your truck is jumping from all of this recoil. Okay, that was a hit. That was a hit for sure. You know what? Let's turn off those cannons because the recoil is just too much. How much ammunition we have left? Some. Okay. Go. Oh. And let's continue firing. I'm driving, you're firing. Machine spirit. Okay. Firing, please. Oh no. Ah, we've lost it. Okay. Let me see. Is there any other weapon, turret or something that could make our life miserable? I don't know. I mean, it all looks devastated. You know what? Is there? You can on and off. Is there AI control? Yes. Great. Wait. Oh, because I cannot release spark while... That was the problem. When I was driving the tank, I had the brake engaged. And I tried to reverse, because I had to have to engage. I tried to reverse, but when I pressed the brake button, it didn't. And now I know why. When you're in turret, you absolutely can drive, but you cannot disengage or engage parking brakes. That's bullshit. I have lost a good vehicle because of that. Great vehicle, expensive vehicle. And let's go. I have no hand weapons on me. Don't worry. Scouting first. Brakes. Okay. Do I see any... And I mean any turret. This wasn't a custom turret, it was large. It was just large grid. Oh my. No way. That's why this was so hard to destroy. There is a timer block here. There isn't. Should be safer right now. Okay. Do we have still my body location? No. Hello honey. How are you? Jak tam? Racku? Zniszczyli mi czołg. Gorzej, zniszczyli mi samolocik. Musiałem na szybko zespawać taką ciężaróweczkę. No mnie zepsuli. Patrz, pokażę ci. Oh jeez. There is a turret. There. They are returning fire. This is anti-personnel turret, so. Look at it. I mean... Tego się nie da naprawić. Ale jak będę na to blueprint wrzucił, to... Szkoda po prostu. Muszę mieć jakiś transportowiec. Muszę mieć jakiś transportowiec. I need a transport vehicle. Like Sky Crane. And I have to take this one and take it back to the base and grind it down. 4 parts. Also this one. That was an unfortunate loss. Let's see, part of the ship. Enemy drone. No body of me. That's a problem. I had weapons on. I had a good weapon. And I had a good tools. Okay. That's okay. Let's go to the base. Let's go back to the base. Oh, okay. But that won't be much of a break with all those photos you have to see through. And that's another drone. They were firing a lot. I just need better. I need, but I need rail guns. I just need rail guns. So I would have some range advantage. But for rail guns, I need uranium. And for uranium, I have to go to space. So the next project is a grinding setup. Well, let's get this unknown seed. Maybe there will be some mushrooms, mushroom seeds, mushroom spores. I would hope so. I would hope so. Easy, easy. Show me something nice. Here. Edge. Grinder. I have better at home. Loss of my tank is very painful. Very. Should have enough. I should have enough materials for another tank. So, but first I'll have to. I need a crane. I need something to. To keep them in. And the grinding pad for this, for the remains of my machines. Okay. First of all, I need a weapon. I need a weapon. And for weapon of my choice, I will take a lasgun. Yep. Probably the best option now. And please give me some lasgun ammo. Banana beef. Right. That. I turned off the refinery for now because it was consuming too much power. But now the batteries are all charged up. And we could get rid of all of those. And for sure we'll need this iron. So let's turn on the refinery back online with all yield modules. Our power consumption should skyrocket right now a bit. We should be okay. We have like 3 batteries. There is 1 here and 2 hidden there. So it should be good. We should be fine. We should be just fine. Okay, let's put that ammo. I'll take this one also. And I've seen some medpacks somewhere. You know what? You could just make me some. Are those coming through? Oh, they are not. Fascinating. Okay, I will have to add them to the whitelist. And these. So the idea is we'll get back there. Let me see if we are damaged. I mean a bit. A bit. You are damaged a bit. Just a tiny bit. Lights. Is the refiner working? Oh, it is. Great. Great, great, great. Fine. We don't need that many cannons, to be honest. So those will work as a decoys just fine. There are some treacherous holes here. Pass through them. Let's get back to this pirate post. A gunship was cheaper to manufacture, and I absolutely could rebuild it. It would be easier to attack these outposts from the sky without this turret working right now. It wasn't a artillery turret, it was assault cannon? Yeah, it was assault cannon, so I think we will see in a moment. Jeez. Oh my. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yep, absolutely. Nothing with that. I was driving this thing numerous times. Oh jeez. Okay, let's try to do it. I hope I will have enough fuel in my tank and I would not overheat. Okay, I have another bottle. Okay, but we are overheating. We are overheating. Easy, but I have another hydrogen bottle in my queue, so that's good. Good. Problem. Okay, I will need a. Do I have some plates? Yes, I have some plates on me. Like that, maybe? It's not even funny. Not even funny anymore. Also, I would like to recharge my hydrogen bottle. There is a small spot for doing just that. Thank you very much. Okay. I need one kill tube if I remember correctly. Formula, I don't remember how many exactly. Construction. Hey, I thought I have those. No problem. 5, if I remember correctly. Okay. Okay, we should be fine with those. Engine, thrusters, batteries on auto, and let's go. Oh jeez, not very easy to fly this one. I have an mod for an atmosphere drag installed, so it's fighting with me, but it's not designed to fly long distances, only short distances are on the base for some mining. So it's not used basically for any other purpose than being like a local crane, and it would be enough for being a crane, but those two main engines were not enough to lift the tank. So okay, hello. How could we help you? See if I could just push it a bit.
Meteor storm inbound.
Right. Without locking in. Nope. Won't work like that. For some reason. Maybe my engines are too weak. Probably they are. Okay. So let's. Are you ready to park? Oh. Okay. Easy. Nope. I don't have enough engines and enough thrusters to keep. Oh. Good enough position. Okay. Easy. Okay. And wanna get it? Yes, okay, great. You know what? Let's park you here. To finish this. Turn off the engine, Atmo thrusters. Let's leave the batteries as they are. Are we able to move? Yes, you are. Okay, let's go. But we were shot. From this direction, we will have to. Let's try approaching this base from the left. See if they will fire at us. I mean, vehicle is a little bit top heavy. Okay, or this. Why are they shooting at me? I think so. 100 meters. Okay, we are in here. There are some turrets. But we'll see where are. We will rid of. Oh, there is one. Okay, that was kind of easy. Oh, jeez. There are 7 railguns. Oh my. That's nice. Where are those? That's nothing interesting, to be honest. Let's here. There are any more anti-personnel turrets? Oh jeez. Nothing. I would kill for some uranium. More turrets? No. Don't see any right now. There is a beacon. What is that? Okay, this. Why can't I? Do I have to? Oh, it is damaged. Small tubes. Some motors. Oh, those are cooked. Okay. Great. Nice. Oh, but those are for a large railgun. Those still better than nothing. Okay, any other threats here? No, I don't think so. Oh, a shitter. I don't have a bed in my base. Anything nice here? Some weapons. 3 rockets. I mean, that's great. Can live without this scrap. But the rockets needs uranium. And I don't have uranium. Assault cannon shells, that's nice. Oh, this one I'll just open the doors. Okay, and we're back here. And this one is the event controller. Write this down. And you are programmed to airlock. Oh. Oh. Fascinating. Nothing more here, I think. Would be interesting to us. There is still some resources that we could salvage from here, but it all will be gone in 45 minutes. And I do not have a... Yeah, this is a assault cannon turret. Oh my, this one turret put down my tank. And my gunship. Second one because I wasn't careful enough, but still. And the first one because the brake was engaged and I wasn't to disengage it in red mode. But still. Well, let's leave it like that. You know what, you could also get rid of this thing. I won't need it anymore. But it makes the whole thing more top heavy than it needs to be. It's just a little makeshift turret. We'll weld another tank in a bit. You know what, we could go to space. We absolutely could go to space and find some uranium, because uranium would really help us. And I have somewhere in my designs a prototype of mining rig, ship mining rig that should be able to go to space and back and give us some uranium with enough ice. The precious vehicles. Container is damaged, probably also. That's not important. Oh geez, wait, another thing. I have left my miner here. Yep. And we'll do something really stupid. Engine on, thruster on, okay. And let me see. Even feasible. Okay. Okay. That's just great. It's not easy to fly. Kind of pain in the ass. But we'll manage. See. Those gyros are sweating right now. Okay. Would you look at that? Okay. Put it down here. Somewhere. Okay. You know what? Let me check one thing. Because how much heavier are the remains of my tank? Maybe quite much, maybe very much. Maybe not so much. Maybe we could also lift those. Bring those to my base. It would be nice. The remains of this small ship we could take, no problem. But let me see if this even possible. I mean, the front armor is mostly heavy blocks, mostly heavy armor. So I doubt we'll be able to lift it. But never know. Oh jeez, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely freaking not. Okay. I was trying. Take this thing though. This one is light. Okay. Right. Position. Okay. Okay, yeah. This thing we could repair this one. I think. I mean, frame is almost intact. What would you say? Oh jeez, it's hard to fly like that. Their drag is real and it's haunting me. Keep the level, keep the level, keep the level. You are able to do this, Gyros. I believe in you. I trust you. Yeah. Stop nose diving. Stop nose diving, please. You're better than that. We would have to weld a or not. I have an idea. I have a very fun idea. No, but we will have to keep it in a very strange position. No. I have better idea. I have much better idea. But for now, put it right here. Maybe on the side. Because I would really like some nuclear power. We need this uranium. We just need it. And I'm playing long enough without it. Gently on the ground. Perfetto. I'm using those forsaken wind turbines and this solar power and whatnot, and just not enough. I mean, we could build a proper wind farm and proper solar farm and everything, but with all of those NPCs attacking, I had multiple instances of those turrets damaging wind turbines, damaging any other parts of the base, so I need those sticky points out of the base. Batteries are recharging. Take it off. Okay. Anything here? No. Okay, let's okay. Let me. Why am I moving so slow? I'm walking. Let's say normal speed, maybe. Maybe it is. Let me see. Let me see. How much for an industrial grinder? This one looks nice. Type 2. Cheap as heck. Okay. So the welding pad is here. And we could absolutely make a grinding pad. Just near it. And it would be glorious. It would be very, very nice. Those. One block here. That looks good, kind of. We could have a little slope inside, I think, just to make it look a bit nicer, like this.
Meteor storm inbound.
Why this is all visible? I don't need this one. I don't need this one. I want to check out on those two locations. And let's here just to hold them in place. They will be 2 blocks high, so I need another one. Okay. And they are connected on the sides? The sides. Four rows for this thing. Let's do 5. Yep. In the meantime, I have to check one thing. Check one. Oh. That stuttering usually means that we have something loading in. Probably something hostile. Last time there was a big stutter, a very nice drones came from the sky and almost destroyed everything. Doesn't look like that's the case right now. It's okay. Let me see one thing. On the projector block, there is a blueprint. There is a blueprint. This is one. Show me. We could weld that. We absolutely could. Oh, and it has some atmosphere, yeah? We could weld that up. Let me see. And I think it is in our budget. It has 2 Atmos engines, okay. It's something like this. But if I will be welding this in this position, I would have to... I think I will be able to put it on its legs. But I would need another... I would need additional engines myself. Okay, you know what? Let's get this vector block on here, because I use it a lot. Let's turn the engine. I would probably need some additional thrusters on the side. To keep me afloat in very strange position. Probably even large ones, to be honest. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do large ones. Do I have any plates? And I need those in this direction. Okay, okay. Hold it. Great. Great. What happened? I have destroyed it? Probably. I was looking at my cat. This. Okay, great. Now because there was, if I've seen correctly, they were good. Start with those two. We'll need one. It will be nice. but one lower. Vertical. That, yes. And I'll do something like this. Oh, not even this. Oh, that was nice. Great. Okay, we can start. Start right now. Do this. Hope we have enough materials for this project. Probably we have. And gyros are welded up. This side almost finished. Kind of heavy. It was designed to work on Earth-like planet, if I remember correctly. But we will see how it does. Is there a large hydrogen tank? Yes. Yes, there is. Great. Okay. I think that's all. Okay. Let me. Easy, easy, easy. Easy. Oh no 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 no. I said easy. Hey. It's just a little bit. Just a little bit. We're moving. No 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 no. Yeah. Okay. Could definitely use engine right now. Landed. Okay, I think we are packed. Yes, we are. And now, yeah. So those engines were necessary. Those thrusters. Okay, great. Okay. Okay. Wrong right now. I need to get rid of those side thrusters. They're messing up this vehicle a bit. Okay. So this is our rocket. Should be functional. Should be kind of operational. Is this a... Yeah. Sure. Sure, buddy. Okay, I have to power it with... You have engines? There is a generator. Let me see, let me see. Have a hydrogen tank? No, there is no engine. So we are dependent on these two batteries' initial charge. Yeah, sure. Why not? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's the best we could do. I mean, I would have to take the refinery and everything, and no. That's not possible. Let's just put some ice in this, and I mean a lot of ice, so it could refill those, use those thrusters, and it should be fine. It'll be fine and flying. So let's those because click it. Is there any like convenient access port maybe? No, I don't see any. I could weld a small cargo container here, and that would give me a nice cargo port. This one here. Okay, the engines came to life. So we have thrusters off, please. Off, please. Lamps off. Reactor is not even... Okay, everything off. Why are those still working? If I set off, fascinating, because they are not grouped in any this group. This one is off. Now this one should be working. Let me check. Yeah, it is. It is. So now groups, hydrogen thrusters on and off, and please stop using precious hydrogen. Okay. Okay. Let me put more ice into it. Recharge, and in the meantime we will be welding that. And when we will be finished, should be able to go into space and find us some uranium. Nice. You know what? I could weld another auto generator. How quickly are you refilling this one? 3.1%. 0.2. I mean, this one is quite slow. We could weld another one. And also, we could weld some temporary additional batteries. I don't know how. Are those Atmo thrusters in every direction? No. I would have to use the hydrogen. Let's go with this oxygen first. This, those, probably this, maybe this. Yeah, and also interior plate. Because sure. And first of all, I need nothing. This here. And then this. Oh, stop it. Okay. Large tube. Good. Okay. Okay. Let's do another one. Another one. And let's do another one. Yep. Should be better. Also, let's leave it like that. What is your energy consumption right now? Oh, only for 1 hour. I mean, when those batteries will be depleted, we will weld new ones. And this should wait. The sun is setting. I was thinking maybe we could use solar panels, but no. We need more ice. Ice, ice, baby. Those. Real quick. I chose this this container to have because they look nicer, but the lack of the port-on off all of the sides is a little bit annoying. Just a bit. Start. And everything will be much slower when I will finish welding all of this base up. But okay. Not everything has to be so efficient. Let me those horrid things first. Okay. Engine thrusters, batteries on auto, and let's go. That's nice. Machine could use more engines overall.
Meteor storm inbound.
More thrusters. Not for a first mining ship. Efficient. Okay. I could do one more thing. I could charge mining ring from this one, but this one doesn't have that many batteries. It like one. No, it has 2 large batteries. 2 or 3 even. Oh, we totally could leech some power from this. Just connecting it and telling batteries to discharge. Not the worst idea I've had today. Could also transfer ice easier if I did that. Let me think for a second. Okay, let's do it. But first, let me get rid of the stone in the system. Okay. Oh jeez, no, 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 no. Not this button. This button. Again. Okay. Button 6. Batteries on recharge. Okay. Cargo. One. Take all of stone, please. And some of the ice, maybe? 3,000 is this many ice I could just put by hand. This larger ship. So let's just do that. And container. If we will be able to go into space, we could also try to refill there. Mine some ice on an asteroid. And we also will be set. How much hydrogen do we need to escape the atmosphere? Huh? I mean, let's start with full tank. Let's start with full tank just to be safe. Just to be safe. Oh, We have some goodies from the sky. Check on those quickly.
Fuel critical.
Yeah, I know. Those are quite close. Still moving though. Just stop, please. Seriously? Nothing interesting. Ice in the rocket. The rocket sprocket. Okay. Almost half. Let's weld it up. Let's weld up this. Let's do some power exchange. It could be fun. I was hit by debris. Fine. Maybe. Oh, something like this. Now this match. Okay, yeah. Of course. Problem. Okay. Here. Okay. And I will make a special mode here in group second group batteries. They will be able to discharge on demand. Okay, let's mine some more ice though. Auto unlock. Hard to see in this weather. Jeez, the wind is terrible. It would be nice if I have this mod installed for the ice to be like pushing my ship in the direction it would be harder to fly. In the wind, it would be funny. Where is this ice? Here, maybe? Hard to see. Anything? Okay. Looks like there's some ice. Line it up. Okay. Okay, there is some still. Not that not that much, but some. Hard to see in this weather, so let's lose this stone first. If we can. Wait, where is the docking port? You can see the docking port. The music is for this scene. Okay. Lock engaged. Okay, let's get rid of all this stone. Stone. We only have ice on board, okay. And let's dock to the rocket. Please. That was close. That was close. Okay. Let's turn the engine off. Let's dock. More ice. Okay, and the batteries, set them to discharge. Okay, this one is almost full. This one is almost full. That's great. Let's wait a bit. Whether we cannot do anything more. Okay, we're going to space. We are going to space. I hope. Are the batteries? We would set those on recharge. 15 minutes. Okay. Okay. So we are right now transferring power from this mining rig, which I landed perfectly, apparently, into this kind of rocket. Also, this abomination here is a O2 and H2 generation plant. Okay. It should be fine. Let's make some food, so I don't starve. So we are. Let's make some ramen. I was waiting to pressurize this room, but I think I will I think I will just grind those door down, place one more here, and continue with this inferior setup without an airlock. I would really like to have an okay. I may need a drill. Cold space production. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, great. Why are the Atmo thrusters? Oh yeah, because I turned off mine, so it turned up those. What? I? Never mind. Never mind. Mining rocket. Also beacon. Good. Delay beacon. Antenna would be better. Let's do 3,000 meters, but not off. We have an antenna, so detector. We'll have to increase the range. Okay. Batteries. Stored power. Almost half. It should be enough. And we are full. Okay, let's grind those down. We don't need those at all. Let's collect the ice. Also don't need. Okay, great. There is a possibility that some space people, space pirates, space something will absolutely obliterate us in space. There is a possibility. There is a possibility. How that? I don't know. Okay, let's change the batteries for auto. Okay. Okay. We're ready to dock and recharge batteries. Okay. We can now get rid of this mission. Okay, probably all this. Check the welds. Seems fine. And now let me take and GPS coordinate from my position, because I don't want our antennas to work on this kind of range. Let's check. Okay. Let's go to space.
No fuel.
What do you mean no fuel? I mean no fuel because... Okay. Much better. Okay, let's engage... Wait. What's that? Okay, let's take this as ice with us. We'll need it. Okay. Okay. Those engines, but we don't need this one. This one is off. First, we will try to climb with only atmospheric engines. Okay? Okay. How high can we go? Should be able to go to space. That. And 90. Oh no. We have to use the hydrogen engine for that. Okay. And the gravity is... how strong right now? Pirate beacon there. Don't want to check it out. Okay, we can, I think, turn off the atmospheric engines. Not needed anymore. Wait, direction. I don't want to get close to this pirate beacon. So we will be able to land. Fun again. Okay, there is an asteroid. Let's go there. What is the gravity right now? Why I do not have a readout of the gravity field? We're still in range of gravity. That's for sure. Haven't a readout. Not a problem. This and gravity almost 0. Okay, we're officially off the planet. Go. Now, for detector. Turn on. Let's go in. And find is uranium. It is not common at all. But I hope we will find it. Also, we may need some ice. Not much.
Meteor storm inbound.
I won't be able to find ice. I will suffocate. Okay, there is some ice. But it's deep inside, and I don't know if I can mine that. Oh, I don't think so. But you know what, I've seen worse. Let me try it out. Try this out. Okay, we will fit. Great. So this ship is not as badly designed as I thought. I know this is my design, but can't make a turn any kind, so hope for the best. Okay. That. Nice. For fuel. Okay, how much do we have? Absolutely fucking too much. It's great. It's great. Great. We may be looking for uranium for some time. Oh. You never know how much ice would need. By ourselves. Okay. So this asteroid has basically only ice. Let's go to the next one. Looks like an asteroid cluster than anything, but it can spawn some uranium. What? anything worth our attention. Platinum, maybe? Platinum will also be. Platinum would be almost as good. Oh, jeez, there is! Yet. There is platinum. Okay. I mean, let me just throw this out of the window. More. Don't need that. Oh no, I don't have. Didn't take any weapons. Go, 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 go. Go to the space. Space you go. Don't need you. Don't need you. Go to the space. Fly into the sunset. Don't need you at all. For eyes, please. You know what? I could do something like this, and great. That's the new form of propulsion. Okay. Let's make space even. Okay. Are you moving or what? Are you not conserving motion? Why have you forgotten Newton? Oh wait. I could destroy you? Like that? Yes, I can! Okay, that's great, I mean... Fine. Now you don't want to be destroyed, okay. You? Oh, because I picked you up. Okay. Okay, we found platinum. That's... And it's like meeting a celebrity. And this was the second asteroid. I am looking for uranium, but... Platinum. Who have the best... Best tools. I can manufacture the best tools. Maybe even some ion engines per chance. Okay. How much do we have? We can mine a little bit more. Just a bit. Just a touch. Or 5k. Nothing more. Okay. Let's do 5. We have 5. Okay, 5.5. That's good. Okay, let's make this GPS from my position. I mean, that's just great. That just... Okay, let's leave it for now. Let's leave it for... We have to find uranium though. That's why we came here. Not there. Let's go to this asteroid. Platinum is great, it's the best, but still. Uranium is what we came for. That was a lucky miracle. it could be ours. Until I found some. If I know myself, I won't have that much luck with uranium. What do we have here? Razor. So silicon. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. Here. Oh, there is another, like, crater. Closer. Only silicon, only one patch. That's fascinating. Okay. The platinum one was there. Let's go there. This one looks fun. Let's aim. Just beside. Good. And let's wait. Landing this ship will be quite a challenge. Will be quite a challenge. We still have a lot of ice. For a hydrogen tank is empty. I will check maybe those 3 asteroids next. Reckon. Good thing is this ship is quite light still. I am really exposed right now. I have no weapons, no armor, and this one is slow. Nickel! That's nice. Normally, I would be so happy for nickel. I would be extremely happy for nickel. Same time, sometimes it's hard to find. Nickel and iron. Very nice combination. Nice combo. Not on the surface, but still. Okay, let's go to the other one. Okay, we won't be flying with max speed because we are running out of hydrogen too fast. Absolutely. We have a long way back home. You know what? Let's do this. Completely turn off the engines. Not using them. We still have a lot of ice. That's great, that's good. For a quest for uranium. Far from finish. There's platinum though. Platinum! I wasn't expecting that at all. I mean, searching for uranium may take quite a while. I don't have a camera on this one. I don't know why. But some of the deposits are hidden deep inside the ores, so. Begin breaking. I'll be just turning off the engines, not the dampeners. Better that way. I think like there are some types of asteroids that are rich in uranium. I think. Let's go to this funny looking hole. This asteroid. We could make a base here. Silver! But silver I have on the surface. All of those materials I have on the surface. Be nice for a hidden base though. Looks fine. That inside. Also silver? What's this? Nickel, more nickel. Those are some double asteroids, twins. Let's go to this one next, and then this one on the bottom. Those planets are so small. I mean, we just made trip for 3 asteroids and we are almost on the not the other side, but normally it should take a lot more time to be that far from anything. And operate. Wait. Hello, is there uranium? Asteroid? Nice. You gotta be kidding me. There is. Oh jeez, why? Why? What station? What drone? Oh, there is pirates. Wait. Do we have any antenna or? No, we don't. Beacons. Off. Okay. You don't see me. No one's home. No one's home. There is nobody in here. Why are you closing on me? You do not see me. I don't have any antennas. I am invisible, basically. Let's hide into this asteroid. He's closing on me. I knew that was a bad idea. I knew it. What if we power down our ship?
Meteor storm inbound.
Like totally. Maybe he won't find us. I brought. Okay. I am also not broadcasting anything. Uranium zone. We can have reels. I don't even have a weapon. He's flying toward. Why? Can. And maybe we could just skedaddle from here. Closing in. Okay, how much do we have? Reels are still not full. That's curious. Place right here. Not much, but still. We have yield modules on our refinery, so that's to refining that. Drone. Okay, it's flying away. It's flying away. 85. Okay. Okay. Mine as much as we can. Uh, 1 hour more, maybe? Half an hour? I want to get back to the planet's surface. I will mine a bit and I will be returning back. I'm not far, I'm like 50 kilometers from planet surface, but re-entry will have to be slow. And I have to build up some hydrogen for landing. Oh! If I will be on ground in half an hour, I will finish. As much as I can. Because it will be good for all of our machines. We have uranium reactors on board. Will be basically unlimited power in comparison to all of those batteries and everything. Let's do 10k. Let's do. Oh no! Bye, honey. This drone has left us. Pirate scouting drone. Good, that's great. A little bit careful. Place. Because long ass ship. Not quite designed for this kind of operation. Could be worse though. Could be a lot worse. How much we have? Okay, the drills start filling. We have almost 10k, I think. Let's do a bit more, just to be sure. Okay. There is still some uranium here. I mean, that's great. That's a great place to mine. Let me see. Carefully. Oh no 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 no. Oh, pretty quickly. How much do we have? I think enough. Oh. I don't see any pirates. Let's do a GPM. I mean, that's great. Platinum, here is uranium, some ice, but we won't be mining ice right now. Let me somehow go past. Right. Turn off the engines. 26 tons. I mean, that's not bad. Okay, let me see. We are 50 kilometers from our base. The best approach would be to be over this spot. Let's go to this asteroid maybe. Looks like it's close enough. Let's gain some speed. Because we'll have to land with those thrusters. On the we could use more of those Atmos thrusters. Honestly. We have maximum velocity. And now let's skip the course and start building up some hydrogen in our tank. I hope we are filling up. Yes, we are. Very slowly. Very slowly. Do not care. Maybe they made those planets very small, but those atmosphere effects are spot on. Look how good the line between night and day looks. Beautiful. What a sight to behold. Almost. I could. I don't need this hydrogen to be this large. Let me change those. Was lucky enough not to hit it. Let's change those displays. Bottom centers. Final content it. This and oh, those are this. Okay. This okay. So which I need to change? Keyboard? Hydrogen. I need gravity. Yeah. And let's do right screen energy hydrogen. Okay. So we are still not in gravitation pull of the planet. Closing it. Okay. We have planet gravity. Let's turn on the engines. Let's turn on the engines. And let's try just to won't be falling. Let me if we would okay, let's turn off the engines. We're gaining speed. We're gaining speed. We're almost 90 degrees of the target. At 5 degrees. That's not bad, but we could turn on the engines for a second. No. We could push ourselves into a position that we would be 90 degrees over the target. Okay. Oh, I have overdone it. I've overdone it. I overdone it. No problem. Turn off the engine once again. Stabilize. I overdone it completely. Okay. Drive free falling. Okay. Let's speed it up. Okay. Closing in. In. Let's stabilize a bit. Re-entry will be won't be that easy. Slow down. Let's already turn off the atmospheric thrusters. We have energy for that, and it's better than forgetting to do otherwise later. Okay, we are still able to slow down. I'll be able to slow down. Okay, let's do that. About 90 degrees. Okay. We're still gaining speed. Yet. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, 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 shit. Oh jeez. Okay. Could be worse. Could be much worse. Okay, so I was too heavy. Yep. I was absolutely too heavy. Okay, but that's not a problem. Whew. I mean, that is a problem, but the most important thing was deliver cargo. And the cargo is delivered. Okay. Okay. Easy, 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 easy. Not so fast. Okay. What is the goal in this game? I mean, it's a sandbox game. There are some bosses. There are some bosses to defeat. Some like boss ships. When you have enough tech in large enough ships, the game recognizes that you have enough firepower. And then it will spawn some like late game encounters that you can play just for fun, just for... It's more like you will have like a scenario in your head. You have to establish a goal for yourself. For me, it was a start on this planet, which with increased gravity, with thin atmosphere, so it's harder to fly, it's harder to escape into space, it's harder to land. and I only thing I had was this drop pod, and that was surviving here, going back into space, establishing base here in the space, visiting other planets. That's the goal for me. But mostly people play on servers, and they have like multiple factions, and they are having fun. Okay, I would have to weld a landing gear. Quick. Stop moving. I know we don't want to move. Why are you moving, guy? My man, please stop. Please stop it. The ship is drifting. Okay, let's weld a quick landing gear on here, so we could put it down. We have inertia dampeners on. Okay. We can turn off the engines. All of those and all of those. And this one. Great. We're set. Okay, so we have uranium on planet. That was the goal, and we have achieved it. For today, I mean, that wasn't the original goal. Original goal was to destroy this pirate outpost, but the pirate outpost destroyed my tank and destroyed my gunship because they had some crazy assault cannon turret that was ripping through my small little vehicles like paper. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Okay, no, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. What I want to do is take this uranium from here and put it right into refinery, so we could start refining it. Wait. Here. Uranium. Now with uranium, we've gained access to the best ammunition in the game. The railgun. Railgun needles. Robots. So that's great. That would make my life much easier here this day, because railguns has quite long range. It would prove useful before, but it's not a problem. We'll have some other use cases. Okay. So I am back on planet. I am back on the surface. Uranium is mined. The miner is almost destroyed. I need more engines on it. More hydrogen engines for landing, because starting is not a problem. Landing is a problem. For the next stream, I will have to weld another tank, so we could play a bit. And this next tank will have railgun cannon as a main cannon. And I think that's great. I think that's very, very, very nice. Okay, have a nice evening, everybody. And I'll be finishing for today. Bye bye.
boku składują. Jak to się nazywa z wiatra?
What's up, guys? Thanks for joining. Today we're starting a brand new Space Engineer Survival series. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. Alright, so as you can tell, we landed on this giant ice lake. I don't know if you can see, it says ice right there, and the fact that we're standing on this giant ice lake. But that's actually really good, because you know what that means? We can make a ton of hydrogen. And you know what we're going to need to get off this planet? A ton of hydrogen. So that all works out. That means I can also do like hydrogen power and all of that, and I can just build this giant automated drill and automate the whole process. I've never built on the ice before, so this is gonna be a new start for me. I'm kind of excited. The only thing I'm worried about is the lack of ore nearby. So I need to find at least an iron deposit nearby to kind of get started with. I'm gonna go ahead and check over here and see if there's anything in these hills. If there isn't, I'll just keep going around in a giant circle until I find something. I'll let you guys know.
A few moments later.
Alright guys, bad news. I was driving like a maniac and I flipped the rover. So let me see what I need to fix it.
Meteor
What is
storm
broken?
inbound.
My antenna. Okay, well, we can fix that. Let me, what do I need to fix it? Is it just the antenna? Yeah. Oh, the ore detector too. I need that. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna have a detector component. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make a detector component. Let me see. Nope, I cannot make one. Well, guys, looks like we're doing this blind. The old-fashioned way. Alright, so now I just gotta manually search for ore deposits and see if I can't find one. That kinda sucks. That makes me almost want to restart, but I like the ice lake, so I'm not gonna. And that would be kinda cheating. Alright guys, good news, I found the iron. So it's actually right down here. There's a source of it here, so I'm gonna go ahead and mark that. So we'll go ahead and do a GPS, and then we'll do iron, leave that there. There might be more too in this area, but that's just what I found so far. And now we can build. So what are we gonna do? How are we gonna do this is the question. I can make some steel plates now. I'm definitely gonna have to make more as we go. Oh, I forgot I parked it. Okay. I'm gonna have to make more as we go, but here's what I'm thinking. You know what would be really cool? Is if I built into the side of this mountain right here. I think that would be pretty sweet. And just kind of built like this giant overhang that comes all the way over here. And then have a giant drill sticking out of the bottom that can just mine out this entire area and produce insane quantities of hydrogen. Oh, there's iron right here too. Holy moly. Okay, let me mark this too. Well, I think I know where I'm building, guys. Right here. So, we could start the base kind of up here and have it extend out and over. I think that would be the best option. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to go over here to the survival kit, and I'm going to start producing me some steel plates. I wonder if I can make 100. I have 500. I cannot make 100. I'll start with 50, and we'll kind of just map out the general base area. And then to save some time, I'm going to go ahead and start mining now because I know I'm going to need it soon. So I'll just start digging into the... Actually, I'll start digging into it over here so I don't see those holes once we build our base. Alright guys, our 50 plates are ready, and I have the survival kit processing down some of this stone so we can start replenishing our supplies. And then now it's time to figure out what we want to do here. So I kind of... Oh, I don't want to do that. I was thinking we could start it facing this direction. Maybe put a landing pad right here. I don't know. I'm just going to start building. We're going to freestyle it, and let's see what happens. And I'll do a couple across like that, and then I'll go ahead and start bringing it out, just to kind of map out the general idea. We're going to need some supports, so I'll go ahead and put some of those down. Can't quite get under that. Hold on. Come on. Clip where I want you to clip. You got to do the whole flying upside down technique. There we go. Alright, so I'll keep clipping this out this way. I'm getting low on hydrogen. I have to go replenish my supplies. That's getting us pretty close to the ice. Let me hop in here real quick and replenish. Ooh, actually I cannot. Do we not have an H2 or an O2 H2 generator on here? Well, that's certainly not good. Do we not have ice? Ooh, small oxygen tank. Okay, I mean, there's no hydrogen? You mean to tell me I have to do this all without flying? Hold on, let me see, am I being dumb? Let's check. That usually is what the case is. So I have to figure that out before I start to draw conclusions. Also, it doesn't help that I use my jetpack for everything. Yeah, I can't put it in there. Huh. Well, there's a small hydrogen tank right there. Why is that cut off? And I thought they were supposed to give us bottles. Oh, can I get them from the cockpit maybe? No. No, I cannot. Oh well. Well, I got food. I'll take that. Put the ice in the cockpit. Maybe it'll go where it needs to go. I doubt it. Okay. Well, we're at a bit of an impasse here, guys, because I can't get any more hydrogen. Which means I can't fly. Which makes this build quite difficult, but that's okay. Like I said, engineers, we figure it out. I think for now, until I get the hydrogen situation figured out, I'm just gonna keep the build about this height. So we'll go ahead and build this out to here, and then I'll bring it back. Where's our support? There it is right there. And I'll go ahead and build some, oh, I stuck myself. I'll go ahead and build some windmills too. Or wind turbines, sorry, they're not called windmills. I learned that. They're, windmills mill up grain. I'm not gonna be milling any grain. Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna be milling any grain. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, with the food system now. I haven't played since it's come out. Maybe we are gonna be milling grain. Who knows? I might actually build a windmill. Alright guys, platform's finished. It's looking pretty good so far. This is a comfortable size. I like it. And now we have to build the basics, so we need some power. I think I'm going to branch out this way for the power. Kind of like out to the side. Oh shoot, I forgot about my gas. Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm gonna have to like, oh, I have one. Okay, hold on. This is gonna get tricky. All right, so we'll bring it out to about here, and then I'll go ahead and start raising it up. And that'll be our first wind turbine power. But then I have to try to get down without severely injuring myself. Actually, I don't even think I'm gonna be able to do it. I might just have to build it like right here and call it good. Have one on this side, one on this side. And before you guys even get started, I know I'm probably doing something wrong here. There's, oh, the hydrogen tank got busted too. But there's no generator. So why even have a hydrogen tank, right? I don't know. I feel like it would have been filled if I didn't break it, and I kind of shot myself in the foot. But that's okay. So now what we need to do is we are going to build some wind turbines. So let me see what I need to build it. What is it? Steel plates, I think. Interior plates, okay. So I can craft up, get an interior plate crafted. Just two, so I can throw these two in the build planner. And I like to always start with two because one just isn't enough to power the basic refiner and the basic assembler, like both at the same time. I mean, it might be, but I don't know. I don't like that they're like fighting for power. So I figured with two, we should be good. All right, we'll do one there, and then I gotta creep out here to the side, like Minecraft style. Oh, let me crouch. Is it like, yep, there we go. Okay, cool. So those guys are placed. Let me go ahead and get those to the build planner. And we'll go ahead and start crafting up those items. And hopefully we still have enough resources left to finish both of them. You guys remember when I was super optimistic about having all the resources we need? Turns out I was wrong. So, back to the early game Space Engineers grind of mining until my inventory's full, and then throwing it in my survival kit.
So pleasant to see those resources being cooked. Really nice. Let's give one more. I have to make one docking station for this tank, so I don't have a bit. Wait with it. Those are down. A bit better prepared. What? Let me see what we need. Let me check this. The rest. It's kind of. This cover is not great. I welded it because it's not nice. But I think it is harder for this turret to aim while under this cover. We will see. Get message, automatic message from this outpost in a second. What's that? This is a drone. So it's found a new drone. Okay. I will try to shoot it off with my main cannon and get the range. No. Maybe? No. Okay. That was a direct hit. Nice. Oh my, there's the second one. Okay. Think we're good. One is still flying. Okay, a bit higher. Okay. Okay. Both of those are down. Let me see the damages. Yeah. Again, we are left without our left wheel. Okay, that's not a problem. Still can move. Kind of. Sort of. Oh, Jesus. Easy, my guy. jeez. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's nice. So I went too close. Close, and I don't have a pilot situation. Okay, okay. Easy. This tank was quite expensive. Well, this. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We are not. We're not playing like that. Unfortunately, it's critical. Ah. I was expecting a Gatling gun, like Gatling turrets on this base. Not the assault cannon. I don't know why, but I wasn't. I was terribly unprepared. I mean, it happens. Man. Okay. I will weld a crane of some sort. We'll just weld another tank. We can do some hinges also. No problem. No problem. But man. Was that a bit unexpected? And I couldn't move. Maybe I had a parked the brakes activated. Probably I had. Probably I had. I should have had a drone or something. Some escape plan. We're getting closer to our base. I mean, this tank cost me like about 5,000 metal plates and other resources. So, I mean, it's not the worst. Okay. Okay, we are home. No, let's heal ourselves. Oh, this med station is quite fast at healing. Downstorm. No. Stop. Here, let me. Yep. Do we have some ammo? Yes, we can. Okay. Okay, let's go. Engines on. We are going home for some revenge. if I die in this one, much more difficult to survive. Jeez. I don't see any new drones. Let me see this one. Yeah, that's the old one. Let's put it to rest. Okay. Weather is shit. Let's see. Altitude. Like 1 point. Okay, easy. It tries to shoot me. Take fire. Keeping up. Okay. I hope one cannon stable. I still need to aim a bit higher. I think. Okay. No, it went to left. Too low. Higher. Okay, it was nice, it was better. Still shooting. Okay, easy. Thank you. Looked like direct hit. Okay. Okay. Jeez, that was close. How did it look? Looked close. That also looked like a direct hit. I hope we are getting close to disable this thing. No, it's still firing. You try to hit me. It's a bit further away. Not that far. Trying to return fire. Kind of. No. Oh jeez. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. Okay, that was That was my best ship. And all we are left with is a mining rig right now. That's great. That's great. Wasn't expecting that for sure. That's not good. Absolutely not good. Yeah, my weapons. I have some spare weapons. Kind of. I don't know if these. I don't even have like a truck or anything. No, what? But we could weld something real big. We could. Do I have any? Let me see. Something cheap. Something cheap. No drums, no. Base, no. This one looks nice, this one looks useful. And we could take this solar panel off of it, and this one is unbalanced. This one is too expensive right now. Let's do this. Multiple grids of get multiple grids. Funny. Let me move this. Okay, this way. Yeah, we totally could have some turrets on it. Yeah, there is a turret on it. This one, okay. Are there batteries? There is one. Okay, looks fine to me. Engines. Batteries. Okay. That's good. Oh! Thank you, honey. Appreciate it. Do I have any place to attach? We'll see. Yeah, we can live without this light. Back. Unnecessary. Okay. Let's turn on the welders. Okay, push wheels again. so hard right now. Is this a... What is this one? Is a reactor? But we don't have a reactor components. That's not a problem. We'll have to make it a armored vehicle for this mission. So some adjustment will be made for this one. Okay, is everything welded? Kind of, looks like. Okay, let's
Meteor storm inbound.
okay. That looks fine to me. Oh, the balls are burning. We'll probably have to configure that. Okay. The ground. Okay. Oh yeah. I don't have a... I died with my tools. And I turned off... respawning with tools because I hate it. You then have tools everywhere. Well, not fun. I don't need that now. That will be useful later. Just for a moment. Oh, it's... Yeah, okay. That's another profession. Okay. Let's park this one. Charging. Turn off the engines. They're recharged. This one. You have some. What do you have? Let's see. Generator, but do you have an engine? No. I mean, that's just great. Because you were supposed to run on a... Yeah. Okay, but it should be fine. It should be fine. Let's turn on those lights. Don't need those. We could make a custom turret on top of this medium cargo. Yeah. Let's grind this down. I don't need that right now. Ah, yeah. Okay, you know what? Give me some. Because that's I will need a welder. Done and done. Please assemble. Oh. can be done. Awesome. Okay. Any of those things. But it's more of curry. What I was thinking? I was thinking about the assault cannon. The assault cannon. On top of this. Oh no, it's. Okay, I could. Oh, we could connect here. So this one is. Okay, we could connect here, no problem. No problem, that's good, that's great, that's even better. That's even better. I need what will be in range. Will be in range. There is no artillery. Wait. How about this one? For a small grid. How expensive is that? Obtainable. How about ammunition? Uranium.
Fuel low.
Yep. We don't have any.
Fuel critical.
Okay, so assault cannon it is. Assault cannon it is. No. Why can't I? I don't have lights. Yep. Hold on. First of all. Computer. For pipes. For everything. Let's make some base of this turret. Oh, jeez. Want router to be a little bit higher. What is this? Well, rotate. Like 7 centimeters. 0.07. Great. Great. And now let's do a also will need a camera. Do we need armor on that? I don't think so. Maybe we'll need. Right? Because of this hitbox? Because of this hitbox. Do we need this turret? We don't. We absolutely don't. Our main weapon will be okay. The tubes. Okay. Let's make some just a bit so it doesn't look that bad. Dodge. Looks like zombies. Nothing to worry about. Just made big work of those guys. More.
Fuel low.
There's another one. Last thing is top mounted camera. Just okay right now. Okay, some junk. As close to the front as we can, yeah. Okay. Okay. We could add a. No, we can't. I mean, we could. No, 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 no. Custom turret control. Custom. That's the world one here somewhere. Okay. Detector and display. Detector and display. Speed and power. So let's do that. Let's just do that. This was not invented yet. And I'm not going to do it. Please, stay. Okay. Have a problem. Okay. Only metal grids are left. You? Okay. 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 This looks fun. That just looks fun. Those, please. I have some already. Okay, make on problems turning. One of those. Oh, okay. That was a blind guess. Is the turret operational?
Meteor storm inbound.
Oh, please. Yeah, perfect. Okay, it's a bit wiggly because of the platform we are on, but you know, it is how it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. This one is first try. Okay, I'll take some ice on. Even more ammo. There is an auto generator here, so I hope it can. I've lost 2 vehicles already. Okay. Okay, let's go. Have to turn over. Fine. So, I hope there will be no other drones attacking, because that would be terrible. Absolutely. devices. Wait. If I would let AI to operate this turret, then I will be left trying to evade the enemy fire. How do we survive that? Not easy. Okay. Yeah. They are trying. Okay, let's do it like that. Jeez. I'm going to die so hard. Oh shit. Maybe some. Like no, we don't have uranium. I need uranium badly. Shit. There should be an option for this custom turret to try to hit weapons. Let's do it again. Please. Oh Jesus, Jesus. No, 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 go back, go back, go. Jeez, shit. Close. Okay, you're not breaking like that again, ever again. Okay. Time. What are you shooting at? My guy? Even... Are you even trying? Control? Because there are other... Those are trying to shoot. Okay, you're on position. Oh no, 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 they still have ammo. These. Those. Closer. We are still aiming at the middle. Oh, no, 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 no. That is still absolutely too close. Okay, you see this turret? Ah. Okay, again. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Maybe I could go on this hill and attack from beyond it. So I could get some cover. Maybe. Where's my body? I had the best grinder in game. My corpse. I would really like to get it back. I'm afraid it despawned. I mean, for how shitty this truck is, it moves really well. In this terrain. I will have to reassess this design. Okay. Don't get too close. Don't get too close. Not too close. Okay. They don't can see us. Can see us. Right now. No, they can't. Let's use terrain for cover. And where are you?
I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'll spare you guys the pain of watching me do that. So I'll be right back.
Alrighty, guys.
guys, well that was painful, but we got everything, and I'm sorry, it's raining? Is that new? Has this game always had rain? I usually don't play on the Earth-like planet very much, so I don't know if this planet actually has rain or not, or if it's part of the new update. You guys will have to let me know in the comments. I go ahead and build up these wind turbines, and then I get to do the fun process of building the refiner and the assembler. Okay, first one done. Let's go ahead and crank out the second one. All right, there we go. Our little wind turbine tower. It's not very good. Don't worry, guys. As soon as I am able to craft a hydrogen bottle and give myself hydrogen, I will change that. I'll make it a proper tower. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be sick. And also, I was thinking, so short term, I'm gonna build the industrial stuff up here, but I'm thinking about digging all this out down here and then kind of making a second floor, like a basement almost, and then putting most of the production items in here, and then have them protected by this top layer. I don't know. I have a lot of ideas, and I'm really excited to try them out. Let's go ahead and throw some, what are we doing? Oh, yeah, the assembler and refinery. Don't believe I have any steel plates in my inventory. I do not, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab a couple of those so I can just place the items down and get them on the build planner. I need 2. Thank you. I will take those. And let's set this thing up. Okay, so this one has 2 ports. I always forget because I don't use these very long. This one has 2 ports, so I'll put that there. And then this one, there we go. Just like that. That'll work. Okay. Go ahead and add this stuff to the build planner, and I get to do this fun process all over again of mining and refining and mining and refining. I realized I could have used the mouse shortcut there, but I decided not to because it's my game. I get to play it how I want. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I was in the middle of mining and this wolf just ran up on me. I think there's 2. I freaked out and jumped in my rover, so now I have to jump out and try to shoot him and see how this goes. Oh, I can stay on top of the rover. Okay, hold on, I gotta put my pistol in my hotbar. Where's my pistol? There it is. We'll put it here for now. Alright, reload it, and put these guys out of their misery. Is it still 2? I think I'm shooting my own rover. There we go. Alright, is there a third? These things travel in packs, don't they? Okay, I think that was everybody. Oh, there's stuff in the inventory. What is it? Oh, meat. Yummy. Okay, well, I'll have to harvest those guys up and eat some meat. But I'm gonna get back to mining now. Alright guys, and just like that, we are finishing up the build. Never mind, we're not finishing up the build. How am I short on steel plates? How the heck? It said everything was withdrawn. Why am I short on steel plates? I think it was like 10 or something. Oh, whoops. I think it was like 10. Oh, they're right here. Why didn't I grab them? Oh well. Okay. Anyways, I got my steel plates. I got my assembler. Let's build the refinery. And just like that, we are done. Okay guys, so the good news is now I get to do that whole process again essentially, but at least I get to throw actual iron in it, and stone. I'm gonna go ahead and get the resources out of this guy. See what I can grab. Yeah, I'm gonna take you. Take all of this and go ahead and throw it in this up here, and then we'll go mine some iron. Alright, so the tricky part to mining this iron now is the fact that I don't have a jetpack. So I don't want to mine that one because it's too much of a downslope. But I think there's another one. Yep, there's another one right here. So I might go ahead and start digging for this one. And also, I don't know if you can tell, but there's an ice storm going on right now, and I got hit with a piece of ice. That's also never happened before. But like I said, I don't know if that's part of the planet or if that's just the new update. You guys will have to let me know. All right, we're almost there. Almost there. Let me start seeing that red dirt. Show me that red stone. Not redstone, not to be confused with the stuff that you make power out of in Minecraft. I'm talking about this stuff right here. Check that out. Let me dig in one more, and let's go ahead and start harvesting this. All right, guys, so now that we are making a lot more progress with the refining, since I can just throw this iron directly in the thing, I think what I'm gonna try to do is build a hydrogen bottle and build an O2H2 generator. I think that's gonna be my first priority if I can figure out how to get out of this cave. Okay, up is that way. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it looks like I can't get out of this cave. turns out I built too much of a, too vertical of a slope, so now I gotta dig out like this. That's okay. Like I said, first priority is when we get back home, I'm gonna try to build a bottle. I think you can do it with the basic. I'm not 100%. Oh god, there's wolves. I hear the wolves. They want to eat me. The wolves want to eat me, guys. I feel like I'm almost out. Ah! 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 No! No, don't do it! Ah, okay, I got one. I got one. There's another one, though. Ah! No! I only have... Oh! Oh my god! Well, that was our first death. And I got debuffed from that. Oh, what the heck? And there's more? Well, let me get my gun. There's those jerks right there. Okay, I'm gonna just slide past them. Excuse me. Find my body. And take all my stuff. I think there's a button, right? To just... Oh, God. Okay, we don't have time to debate that. All right, I think I made another way out of here, right? It's this way. Okay. All right, let me get my gun ready. I don't like this. There's one of those jerks right there. Well, that wasn't very difficult. He didn't even react. All right, I heard another one. God, it'd help if I could get out of here. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, I feel much better now. I'll let one kill me. That's okay. Oh, I can't sprint. Oh, yeah, because my power's low. All right, I'm gonna recharge my batteries real quick, and then we'll go up there and build the stuff. All right, and then once I start processing the ore, I actually have hydrogen now. I gained hydrogen from dying. I can't. Sprint though. Why can't I sprint? I don't know. This is all very interesting. Okay, I put everything in there. Production-wise, oh, I can make a hydrogen bottle. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. I should have all the stuff I need. I do. Yes. Okay, I don't need an oxygen bottle right now, so I'm gonna worry about that. Let's go ahead and grab that out of there. Thank you. And then I guess on this side, I'll go ahead and build the O2H2 generator. So, where is it? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and grab some of these steel plates right here, and then we can build it. Hopefully, oh, that's not it. That's it. Make sure the connection point's good. Boom, just like that. Go ahead and throw this on the build planner, and then we'll go ahead and throw that into. I forget which button it is. That's why I'm scared. I don't want to shift and middle mouse button. Okay, there we go. Shift middle mouse. That's how you get it to work. And I'll wait until everything's done because once I start, I don't want to block off this connection point. That'd be really upsetting. Also, I wonder if I can build a better gun. Need cobalt. I think there's cobalt nearby. Also, I have the paint gun mod. And speaking of mods, the only ones I have are Build Vision. You can see that right there. I have the Sneaky Tools and the Nanobots Build and Repair. That is an essential mod. That way I don't have to go through and repair everything on my own. I can have those guys do it, and I can put like a projector around the base, and then it kind of automatically repairs itself. It's pretty cool, as long as they have the resources required. Looks like we did not make it everything we needed. How many freaking steel plates? Oh, wow, that needs a lot of steel plates. Okay. Oh, I realize why I can't sprint, guys. I'm hungry. Okay, let's go ahead and eat. Okay, how much did that give me? Oh, it's slowly rising. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to eat another one. All right, well, I'm gonna go mine some more iron, and then I'll be back shortly. All right, guys, I think the last few items are finishing up. Yep, they are done. Let me go ahead and take all of that out. Ooh, did I actually get all the components? Yes, I did. All right, here we go. So once this is built, then my hydrogen problems are a thing of the past. I can fill it up with ice, and then I can put my hydrogen bottle in it, and then I can fly around forever. Which is cool because I keep getting attacked by wolves, and my first instinct is to just jetpack up. And guess what I can't do? I can't jetpack. So I freak out. But anyways, no more. Alright guys, let me go ahead and throw my ice in here. And let's throw the bottle in here. See what happens. Oh, 100%. And then I put the bottle back in here, and it should drop some. Yep. I'll go ahead and top her back off again. Whoa, no, you stay there. All right, sweet. Look, we can fly around. Fly around as much as we want. And it's nighttime. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I just thought I should point it out. All right, so now we have a little extra steel plates. Oh my god, it made 120 extra. Is the build planner like glitchy, or am I doing something wrong? Like, let me know, please. Because I feel like I always end up in this sort of situation. All right, anyways. Ooh, you know what I should do? I'll get back to it, but I should fix that tower. All right, we'll go ahead and extend this out to here. This isn't going to be the final length. I want to take it out further, deeper into the lake, so we can harvest all that ice. And I'll build some sort of drill that can like rotate, move up and down, and it's gonna be awesome. It'll be fully automated. Just works when I need it to work. And then who knows? Maybe I just take that and put it somewhere else, like on the iron, or I don't know. There's silicon and magnesium out here. I can do that too. But either way, I'm gonna go ahead and finish building this guy up. Well, I'm gonna finish placing all these steel blocks. I'm not gonna start pushing to finish all these guys yet because I don't have brain power for that. All right, and you know, I was thinking about it. I don't think I'm gonna keep it this like straight line that it is. I don't know if you can see because it's kind of dark, but I'm probably gonna bring it out this way some, and then yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of ideas, and I really want to execute them. Go ahead and put everything I can in here. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and tear these guys down, and we're gonna rebuild them way higher up in the sky. Should probably get some steel plates out before I do this. Whoa, my energy's low. I also need to build like a chair. I need to put down a chair so I can recharge. Get one of you. Whoa. Oh my gosh. You know what I can't do? You know what oh, that's so dumb. Okay, hold on. Check this out. Yep, I'm taking the fenders. This will give me the plates that I need. Actually, let me hop in here and recharge for a second. All right, that's enough recharge for now. Anyways, like I said, taking the fenders. They give me, I think, 2 steel plates each because it has that top part. And then I'll throw that on. And then if I need more, I'll just start harvesting other parts of the rover here. Okay, let's fly up. I think I'm gonna keep the tower in the same place. Make sure we have tons of clearance. Okay, perfect. And then I kind of want to throw one on top. And then I'll put one on the back side back here. God, I wish the sun would hurry up and come back out, guys. I'm so sorry. I know it's dark. It sucks watching while it's dark. I guess I could like cheat and make the sun come back out, but I feel like that ruins the integrity of it all. Because then what else am I cheating with, you know? Am I spawning food? Am I spawning resources? No, I can't open that door. Anyways, what is next? What should we work on next? Let's see, we have our base design set up right here. I think we should go ahead and start hustling all the resources we need to build the actual assembler and refinery. That's going to be a lot of stuff though, but I think it's worth it. Can we do that? Maybe build one more wind turbine up here, generate surplus power, maybe some batteries, put a battery over here or something. I don't know. Let's see what we got. In our inventory we have 422 iron. We need a lot more resources. I guess I could scrap this, but I really don't want to. Oh, you know what, guys? I was thumbing through this little section right here, and I noticed a power kit. Anyone care to tell me what that does? Does it just recharge my power? Oh, it does. Okay, so you put this in your inventory, and just like the food, it recharges you. I like it. I'm gonna go ahead and get some steel plates out so I can place the skeletons for these. Put you there, and then, like I said, I was thinking about building them under, which I could always just like break it back down and start over. So for now, I'll just, I guess, build them over here. Let me go ahead and throw them in my little hotbar down at the bottom. Let's see, refinery, industrial. I like the industrial. I think it looks cooler than the regular one. And the assembler. I like the industrial one too. Yeah, we'll do the industrial one too. We're going for a nice industrial. Okay, so that's our assembler. Connection ports on either side. There's some all the way around, but I'll save those for efficiency modules. And then let's look at this one. So this one also has connection ports on either side. So I guess I could just build these guys like side by side, right? And throw one right here. And then I'll throw that right there. Wait, is there an actual thing on the side? Hold on. I'm second guessing myself, guys. Never second guess yourself. Okay, there is. All right, let's make sure we're facing the right way. We are. Boom. Okay, so let me go ahead and add this stuff to the build planner too. And we'll see how we do. See how long it takes. I'm gonna throw this in there. I need cobalt too. I gotta find some cobalt. But that's okay because you know what? I can fly. That's all that matters. I'll go ahead and get all the iron stuff built first, and then we'll go find some cobalt. We'll go find cobalt afterwards. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I lost all my hydrogen, and I don't know why. I wonder if I can still. I can't even use it because I don't have any power. Well, remember when I said that our hydrogen problems were a thing of the past? Turns out I was wrong. And we have no electricity right now. We're not spinning fast enough. We gotta spin faster. I'm gonna go up there and start blowing on it. I want to get these guys built. And now it turns out we need batteries. I guess that should have been pretty high on my priority list. I will build that immediately after I finish this. And then hopefully we won't have to worry about that again. In the meantime, I'll just keep going collecting iron. Oh wait, no, I don't want to collect iron because I don't have any hydrogen. Guys, I'm in a tough spot. I just don't know what to do. I think I'm going to sit here and wait it out for a bit, and I'll check back in with you guys when we either get power back or I just give up. No, I'm just kidding. I'll check in with you guys when we get power back. You know what, guys? I just had a thought. What if I just turn off the refiner and the assembler? Does the generator have enough power now? Do ya? Let's see. It does. Okay, we're good. We're good. Is the bottle? I gotta keep an eye on this because it seemed like the bottle dumped itself so fast. I'm gonna go ahead and throw these guys back on just in case power comes on while I'm mining. But yeah, I gotta keep an eye on this bottle. I guess I usually don't play on Earth gravity or the Earth planet, so the gravity's higher. So maybe I'm just burning through it way faster than I'm used to. That could be the case. But it seemed like I was just down here and I just ran out like instantly. I don't know. I don't know. It might be worth crafting an extra bottle. Oh look, see, we got power back. How about that? This is probably going to take a few minutes. Production's still pretty slow right now. This early game grind is really no joke. I mean, they've really taken away a lot of it by giving us... Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, guys. I get to use my new power pack. Oh, yeah. But anyways, like I was saying, they really took away a lot of the early game grind by spawning us with the 500 iron and the nickel and I forget what else it is, but they give us a lot of resources to start out, which we didn't used to have. And so just like getting all these steel plates would have taken forever. Building the wind turbines would have taken forever. Like the whole thing would have just taken so much longer. So I guess it's a blessing, really. I'm glad that they did that. That's pretty cool. Looks like I need 9,000 iron. I have 10.5k in the refinery. That should be good. It's just gonna take a little while because I don't know if you guys have seen this, but yeah, I need 1,200 steel plates. That right there is 8,392 iron ingots alone by itself. Ooh, do you guys know what I am gonna do? I just thought about it. I'm gonna close this up and put our batteries in here. Like kind of build this down. I guess I could do one there. Probably like mine this out. You know, make this more level, connect it with that. But I really don't feel like it. Either way, it'll kind of be like this little pizza shape right here will be where our batteries are. And I'll put our hydrogen tanks under here. That way they don't explode if we get shot at. And then I was thinking about conveyor pads too, like where do we want to land our ship? And I'm thinking about branching out this direction and kind of building, not too far away, but building like a nice little landing pad area with conveyors and all that stuff. Like I said, I have a lot of ideas. I really like this platform I got going on right now. I'm really excited to see how it turns out. Also, I'm really excited to see how the new space encounters go. That's why I really want to get out to space. Obviously, we have to build our first ship, which is probably going to be a mining ship, and I'll use atmospheric thrusters for that. And then once we gather enough resources, maybe we build the super drill and get just a crap ton of hydrogen, and I build more drills, just really automate the mining process. Once we do that, we'll build maybe like a medium-sized hydrogen ship. I'm not the best shipbuilder, so I'm going to give it my best shot, but I'm really excited. That might be episode like 6. I don't know. Probably not that far down the road. Maybe like 3 or 4. But let me find some cobalt real quick. I have to make sure to keep an eye on my hydrogen. Sorry, forgot what the word was. As soon as I see that little bottle icon disappear, I'm hightailing it back to base. Also, I'm like pretty sure I saw cobalt when I was traveling looking for a good place to settle down. I'm like 99% sure. I just don't remember where. I think it might have been this way. I don't know. I'm not feeling very confident right now. I'm gonna recharge my bottle. I should make a second bottle. I don't know why I just made one. I guess I underestimated how fast it would deplete. Okay, let's go looking. Let's go looking. Where's the cobalt? Cobalt. It takes so long to refine. Oh, I forgot about that. That sucks. It's okay. We can do it. It's for the greater good. Ooh, okay, hold on. Found silicon. Is there anything else over here? Maybe some ice. Ah, yeah, always ice. More silicon this way, so I guess the ore deposit's kind of going this way. Show me the cobalt. There's magnesium. Show me the cobalt, please. I'm begging you. I don't think there's any cobalt over here. Shoot. It's okay. We'll find some. I have nothing but faith. Nothing but faith. If I run out of jetpack fuel, I'll be so upset. I do not want to walk all the way back. Oh, okay, hold on. Found some nickel. Is there anything else over here? Like cobalt, mayhaps? Nope. No such luck. Okay. That's fine. I won't be, I'm not gonna give up yet. I refuse. Alright, I'm gonna go back and recharge my hydrogen because I'm getting low. Ah, I'm at 76, 70. I'm gonna make it. I'm just being dramatic. Alright. Bottle in, bottle out, and wait for it to drop. Come on, hurry up. Hurry up. Okay, it didn't drop. Sweet. And just like that, we are back. We're back. Better than ever. Is there iron all the way over here? Dude, imagine we drilled over here. That would be sick. You get so much ice, so much iron.
Energy low.
Shoot! Energy's low. That's quite alright. Out here finding cobalt. Well, guys, I just ate my last meal, like my prepackaged meal, and I have no idea how to make more food. I guess I have to craft it. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. I don't even know what I need to craft it. I think it's like algae. I don't see any algae. I'm waiting for the sun to come back up. That'd be really nice if the sun could come back up. Maybe I can find some algae and some cobalt. I'll let you guys know if I find either. Well, guys, I still haven't had much luck. I'm gonna just keep mining some more iron for now, and I'll get everything else built, and then we'll make that a priority. It'll probably be easier to find when the sun comes back out, but I'm really hard at spotting ore deposits on the Earth-like planet, so I'm probably gonna miss a lot, and you guys can tell me in the comments, but we'll get there when we get there. Alright guys, well the good news is the sun's coming back up, so we can go looking some more. It's not quite up enough, and there's some areas I wanted to check, kind of in this general direction. I swear, if I'm not tripping, I'll have to go back and rewatch the footage, but I'm like 99% sure we passed some cobalt. We had to. I thought I said it. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Ah, shoot! I ran out of hydrogen in my bottle. If I like leapfrog myself, I conserve a little bit. All right. Dude, that's my biggest fear, is just ending up stranded like 4 kilometers away, having no hydrogen. It'd be terrible. How are we doing production-wise? How's okay, we're short on iron unless we're just full. Yeah, we're just full. Okay, I'll take some of these and throw them over here. And oh shoot, no! I accidentally put everything into production. Wait, that's okay. There we go. Okay, take some more of these guys and put them over here. Hey, that's good. At least we have our 1100 steel plates. I think we have. Did I not? Oh, I don't think I put this in the build planner. I thought I did. Did I not? Yeah, I did. It just thinks that it only needs 10 grids. Okay. I think I accidentally put stuff in the. It doesn't matter. Either way, we're making the stuff we need to make. That's all that matters. Buzz. Buzz. I'm gonna go ahead and just. Get all the painful welding out of the way now, so when the resources are done, I can just toss them in. Oh. Shoot, guys, I'm hungry. I forgot about that. Okay. We're gonna have to get to the bottom of that one, too. Alright, I'm gonna take a break real quick and go find something to eat. I wonder if there's anything up. Oh, wait. There was the wolves. Are their bodies still around? No, they are not. Huh. Okay. That would have been too easy, right? Okay, let's see if there's like a... I'll just walk. I'll walk. Let's save our hydrogen. Never mind, I can't sprint. I'm not doing that. Come on, there's gotta be something to eat around here. It'd help if I knew what I was looking for, though. I assume it'll be like some sort of plant that sticks out. I think I saw one earlier, but I wasn't sure what it was. Also, I really want to make a second hydrogen bottle. I'm sick and tired of coming back here to refill it. Yeah, already at 49%. My God. I have extra steel plates. Never mind. Okay. I wish the sun would like actually come up. Seems to be some tall looking grass up here. Maybe I can find it up here. Nope, that's just a bush. Okay. Come on. This is an Earth-like planet. Food should be plentiful. Plentiful. Wait, what is that? What are you? You're just a bush. Shoot. Guys, I don't want to starve to death. I don't want that to be my second death. Could be my first death if you forget about the wolf incident. Ooh, what is this? Are those berries? I can't get them. I can't get the berries. Dude, that's cheap. What do you mean I can't eat the berries? I'm freaking starving to death here. I'll start eating grass. Where's a wolf when you need one? What is this? What is this? Another berry bush. Oh, I can gather these? Why can't I gather the other ones? What in the heck? Well, it's something to hold me over, I guess. You guys saw that, right? Like, it wouldn't let me gather the other one, but it let me do that one. Ooh, can I do this one? Dude, there's no way. This is a huge bush. What do you mean I can't harvest it? All right. I don't know how much food that's actually gonna give me. You're not bearing any fruit. All right, you know what? This is getting ridiculous. I can't find cobalt. I can't find food. What are we even doing here? I can't see either. Maybe it'd be easier if I could see. I guess the sun's not up yet. It's still pretty early in the morning. Everything's just kind of like a vague shadow. Let me go back home and recharge real quick. Hey, look at that. Everything else is done except for the metal grids. How awesome is that? Okay, the build planner's a little screwed up, but that's okay. I just need the metal grids. I need 20 and 10, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I don't know. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make us another hydrogen bottle. Yeah, let's make 2 of them. Screw it. We got the materials. We got the resources. We have the power. Let's do it. Get all these bad boys charged up all the way, and then take them. And now we can fly around for much longer. 3 times as long, actually. All right, I'm gonna go towards the sun. Maybe that will be beneficial. That'll help it rise faster. What are you? Nothing. Okay, perfect. Wait, what is this? Bushes. Bushes that I can't harvest. How do you know which ones you can harvest and which ones you can't? Ooh, there's nickel over here. I wonder if there's any cobalt. Cobalt? Nope. Cobalt! Cobalt! You guys saw it. You saw it. That was not scripted. There's cobalt. Right there. Yeah, right there. Okay, hold on. Man, GPS mark this. You guys don't blame me too much for not using the periodic table element names or letters, because I don't know those, and I'm not going to look them up. I'm not going to do that. I don't need to. Oh, that's so freaking sweet. Okay, we found cobalt. We still need to find food, but we found cobalt. So I can go back and go ahead and get those metal grids into production. And then cobalt takes forever to smelt down anyway, so I'll have time to still go out and find food. And then we can finish up building our industrial refinery in our industrial assembler. Alright guys, I didn't waste my time getting all the cobalt I could. I just got enough, I think, I hope, to go ahead and refill this guy and make all the metal grids we need. Let's see what happens. Okay, so looks like I put in 192, more than that, and I need 39. I don't know if we're gonna get that. If I'm being completely honest with you guys, I don't know. But what I do know is I need food, and that's more important right now. So I need to go find that. We'll go this way. These hills look green. They look like they would bear fruit. Is that fruit? Did I find? Okay. How do you know which plants you can get fruit from? Can I get it from you? Nope. This is frustrating. I need to get some farming going. This adds such a new element to this game. I'm really happy that they did it. I think that that's it was definitely missing. It was definitely lacking that survival element, and I'm glad it's here. Because now you have to plan for that, you know? You build a ship and you want to stay out in space. It's like, okay, how are you going to get your food? Can't harvest you. I know when I was considering doing this playthrough, I was thinking like I think the moon would be a cool place to go, but then I'm kind of glad I didn't go. 'Cause there's probably no food on the moon. By this point, I'd already starved to death. All right, this is getting frustrating. I feel like all of those bushes, whoa, I feel like all of these should have given me fruit. It's like wheat. Can I harvest wheat? Wheat. What are you? You look important. I saw you from a distance. Yes, I got one. Okay. All right, so the ones that are like glowing, I guess. The glowing ones. Oh, like over here. I think this is the one over here. Nope, I was lied to. I was bamboozled. It's okay. Maybe you? Look like you're kind of glowing. Yeah, the really bright colored ones. Okay, I got it now. So it's the really bright colored ones. It's not the dark ones. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. Man, check out that view. That is awesome. There's a lot of food over here. I guess I know where I'll be heading to get my food. That is until I get my farm set up. Either way, thank God I made those extra hydrogen bottles. That made this a lot easier. I think 3 pieces will do for now. Let's go check on our cobalt processing progress. Ooh, looks like we're a little short. We're still processing cobalt though. All right? Yeah, we are. I think we're gonna have enough. It's just taking so freaking long. That's okay. I'll take what we have now and go ahead and start throwing it. I'll finish one. I think I can finish the, what is it, this one? I think this one only needs 20. Yeah, we did it. Okay, I'm gonna finish building the refinery. Alrighty. The industrial refinery is complete. Look at that thing. That is just a monster of a machine. It comes with a staircase. I can climb the stairs. I can get all the way up here if I want to. And then look, I can just walk out on top of this thing. That's pretty cool. Oh, I think I might have queued up too many iron grids. I think I did. Oh yeah, we have enough. Yeah, okay, hold on, let me cancel the rest of these. We have enough. I don't know how I made that mistake. Also, I need to eat more food. All right, there it is. We have done it. We have completed the industrial assembly, the industrial refinery. So now the only thing we can do is, well, I'm gonna move this. Grab this guy right here. Go ahead and move him over. I'm probably gonna drop a bunch of crap. Yep, there we go, steel plates. That's okay. Let me add him back to my hotbar. I think I took him off. There's a lab O2 generator. That looks pretty cool. Let me see how that looks compared to the other one. Ah, fancy. Which way is up and down? Okay, that's down. That's up. Oh, I'd have to build it like that though, but it kind of blends in, you know, and it kind of fits the shape a little bit. I think I might do that. Yeah, we're gonna do it. That looks cool. I get the steel plates that I dropped, and then get rid of nothing's on the build planner. Go ahead and get that. Withdraw all the components I can. Ooh, actually, I pressed the wrong button. I think I just accidentally started crafting a bunch of stuff. I'll have to go cancel that. Oh, actually, I didn't. Okay, cool. Well, let me go ahead and deposit everything. Oh, I know why I wasn't crafting anything, because I put it in production in the wrong thing. Okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead and put it in production here. I'll press that. Is it still not working? There's no way. There's no way! Okay. Well, this is getting frustrating. I guess I just need to make it myself. So I need 40 bulletproof glass. I didn't mean to make that. 40 bulletproof glass, and I think the other thing was construction computers. Yeah, 10 of those. Should have enough of everything for that. And then everything else I will take out and move over here. And I also should build storage. I should build a storage container. Maybe I'll build one up here with this connector that we have. I don't know. I also need to build a battery. Oh god, there's so many things that need to be built. This game is never ending. So you think you're done, you're never done. All right, that's it. We got it. We got the lab O2, G2 generator. Put all that in there. And that'll start giving us some hydrogen. So I can kick that over and that one over. Get those guys filled up. That's awesome. Look at that. That's awesome. You know what I could do also? Is I could power this base with hydrogen. Then I could set up like an event block or whatever it's called. And when the battery gets below a certain percentage, we can trigger those to come on. It's a whole thing. It's super cool. I'm gonna go ahead and take everything out of here that I can. And deposit it. And everything out of here. And deposit it. Now what we need to do is eat some fruit and tear these guys down, because we don't need them anymore. And the first order of business with our newfound production gear is going to be building a battery. And then I think that's going to do it for today.
Inventory full.
Yeah, I know my inventory's full. I think that's going to do it for today. Oh, I should build a chair too, so I can sit in it and not have to go down to the survival raft. I forgot the name of it. Okay, anyways. And we could build like this now, large blocks. I can just build a battery. But I don't need to. I should use my build planner because I have a lot of resources already. Let's see. Battery. Warfare battery. Yeah, let's go with the warfare battery. Those look the coolest. I'll go ahead and slap it like right here. I think right here is a good place for it. That way the, what you call it's still open. I don't have to worry about it.
Energy critical.
Ah, energy critical. Okay, let me get a recharge real quick, then we'll build our battery. And while I'm here recharging, I just wanted to say if you guys are still here that I really appreciate you watching. And I'm really excited to really take a deep dive into this series. Space Engineers, it's definitely one of my favorite games. I love the creativity and just how, I don't know how addicting it is to just make all those resources and automate processes. It's super cool. All right, let's go ahead and put these into production, things we need. This is the one I'm kind of worried about. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough iron for that. Or nickel, for that matter. How much nickel do we have? Ooh, not a lot. All right, I'm probably gonna go mine some nickel. I think there was some. I think there was some this way, if I'm not mistaken.
Ship fuel
I'm probably
low.
mistaken. This is kind of a shot in the dark. Ow! I hate when I do that. It's all good anyways. I need to find, I know there was some by the cobalt. I'll just go there.
Ship
I need
fuel
to find more food
low.
anyways. This is going to be a constant battle, I think. At least until the farms are set up and we've gotten a solid plan for the food. I wonder if I can farm the wolves. That'd be pretty cool. Set up like a wolf pen, breed them, eat them. I don't know. Keep that in mind for the next update. Devs, if you're listening.
Meteor storm inbound.
All right, we got our nickel right here. I'll go ahead and just start gathering a little bit of that. I shouldn't need too much. And then we can build a battery. I think one's good for now. Don't need to go crazy with it. That way we don't have to worry about the wind not blowing and us not generating any electricity. There we go. There's the gold stuff. Gonna start harvesting that up. All right, let's head back to the base so we can make our power cells. Man, those wind turbines are going. Look at that. Must be windy. I'm just kidding. I can hear the wind. I know it's windy. All right, put that nickel into production. Oh, we're missing some silicon wafers too. Okay. What's the deal? Go ahead and do that. I don't know how many we're missing. I need 95. Holy crap. Okay, that might take a bit. I'm gonna need to harvest quite a bit of stone for that. I don't know where I think there's a silicon deposit out here. I don't remember where it was at though. I could just harvest stone. I could do like 2 stone runs, I think, and I'd have all the silicon I could possibly need. That's my plan. That's what I'm gonna do. Thank you for listening, guys. And we're hungry again. What a fun thing to be.
Inventory.
There is nothing more fun than constantly starving to death. Am I right, guys? Am I right, guys? Okay, put these in here. That should be enough, I think. Right? Let's see. We're making silicon. The nickel's almost done processing. We only need a few more of these guys. By that I mean a crap ton more. Holy crap. Alright, this might be a little bit more challenging than I thought. I may have to actually go find some silicon. Oh, right, there it is. We found some silicon. I can't sprint because I am hungry, but that's okay. Go ahead and mine through this ice right here. Get down there and grab some of that good stuff. And if I remember correctly, like, you don't need a lot of this stuff. I feel like 1 or 2 mining runs, and you're pretty much good for a long time. You guys have to correct me if I'm wrong. I just know it's not like iron, like it's not in everything, so it lasts a little bit longer. All right, we're all full up on silicon, whatever you want to call it, and let's go get that refined. I'm sorry, I just saw gold. I was flying back. Where was it? I think it was like over here. I don't want to lose that. See, I was flying this. Gold! Okay, that's big. That's big. I'll go ahead and mark that. GPS gold. A couple extra D's, you know what I mean. I'm back. Tons of silicon. Just for you. Let's see what we're waiting on. Ooh, are we short on iron? It'd be awkward if we are. I think we're short on iron. Okay, that's fine. I know where they keep the iron around here, so I can go get some. I think it's down this hole. Wow, I was right. How about that, guys? How about that? Dude, I can't wait to build a mining ship. I'm so tired of mining by hand. I mean, I guess I could upgrade my tools, I think. I think you can upgrade them to, what is that, like tier 3? Let me see. Before I start complaining. Yeah, I just need cobalt and my grinder. And I can make my paint gun. I'm excited for the paint gun mod. I haven't tried it before, but I feel like it would really undercomplicate how difficult it was to use the paint gun before. Oh, inventory full. Crap. Okay, what am I making? A battery. A battery. Power cells are heavy. Okay. Now the inventory's not full. Finish. I'm sorry, why is it not grabbing everything out of the build planner? Oh, it's because I'm full. Because I'm full, guys. That's why. Also, I don't need to keep flying all the way over there. I can just do it right here. You know what? I'll get the hang of this game. I can just do it right here. I'll get the hang of this game eventually. You guys are going to see it live. It's going to be awesome. We'll be learning together. And if you already know what you're doing, then you'll be watching me learn while you judge me. And just like that, our warfare battery is complete. We have power. We have power storage. We have production. We got a nifty little platform. And I think this is a good point to call it for today. I had a lot of fun making this episode, and I hope you guys had a lot of fun watching it. I will say the next episode, my big goals are I'm going to extend this out, and this is just temporary right here also. I don't think I'm going to keep that there. I think I'm going to stick to my plan of putting it down below. I just need to build a grid down below. But either way, I'm going to expand the base, and then we're going to come out further and leave a big old gap. I might even go up some, like build it up a couple blocks higher. And then we're going to leave a big old gap in the middle, and that's where we're going to put our drill. And it's going to be a big drill. And I'll just have that thing connected directly to the supply system, and it's going to be awesome. Because even once we drill past, like if we drill past the ice, we just get a bunch of stone, you know? That's still kind of useful. Also, big things for next episode is sorting away this food situation. That's going to be huge. I think the drill first, and then the food. Or maybe the other way around. If I could find something real quick while I'm yapping, then that would make that a whole lot easier. But yeah, that's what we're going to do next time. I hope you guys enjoyed. I can't wait to see you next time. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
G'day and welcome back for another Space Engineers tutorial. Today, we're going to be building our first mining ship. In the previous tutorial, we built this platform here where we've got our wind turbines providing power, we've got a basic assembler, a basic refinery, a cargo container, and we moved our survival kit from the respawn pod onto our base. The next thing we're going to be adding to our base before we build our mining ship is a battery. The reason we're going to build this first is that a battery is going to accumulate charge from these wind turbines, and it will be able to dump that charge more quickly into our mining ship so it can be recharged more rapidly than these wind turbines can do. And because it's going to take a bit of time for it to charge up, we want to start that process now before we start our build. To build a battery, we're going to press Ctrl 2 to get to our second hotbar, press G to open our blocks menu, then right click on the battery to add it to our toolbar. Then we'll head over to our cargo container, go to our production menu, and I'm going to build 20 steel plate. Then we can take that steel plate, pop it in our inventory, walk down the end here, and stick our battery down. Then go back to our production menu and build all of the remaining components and finish up our battery. With our battery complete, we're going to be able to start accumulating charge in this from our wind turbines ready for us to use in our ship. During the last tutorial I collected a fair amount of resources, so hopefully we'll have enough on this station to be able to build all the things we need for our ship. I'm going to order up a few components so that we've got some manufacturing while we're waiting. I know I'm going to need at least 100 steel plates, so I'm going to shift click on that. I know I'm going to need at least 100 construction components, so I'm going to shift click on that. And I'm going to probably need at least 100 motors, so I'm going to shift click on that too. This way these can be built and they'll be sitting there ready for us to use later. To make building our ship a little bit easier, I'm going to build a little bit of a platform. Let's grab these steel plate out, double click on them. The reason I'm building this little platform is that it's going to make it easier for us to see what we're doing and to move around the ship while it's under construction. To get started, building a small grid ship is a little bit different to when we're building large grid. Because small grid can't intersect with the voxels around here, we need another way to lock it down so it's secure and won't roll over while we're building pieces onto it. The easiest way to do that is to begin with a landing gear. You can see a landing gear on our number 9 on our hotbar. As I bring it up, it comes up as a large grid version. We can either press R to change to the smaller version, or press the number again to cycle between. Both options work. We can then click and drop one down. Landing gear, when you drop it down, will automatically lock to the surface if they're aligned. If you drop it from too high, it may topple over, like so, or if you drop it sideways, it's not going to land that way either. If you find that it's rotated the wrong way, the easiest way to deal with that is to press the number twice and it'll switch back to perfectly aligned with your camera view, and then drop it from nice and close to the surface. Let's clean up this mess. With the mess cleaned up, let's add a couple of blocks to our landing gear here. I'm going to stick 2 on top. This is mainly to give myself clearance underneath so I can add blocks underneath as well as all around, because underneath is often quite difficult if you start really close to the ground. The first block we're going to add to this is going to be our cockpit. If we press Ctrl 2, go to our G menu and add our cockpit to this list, we can also look at our progression menu and see why we want to start with the cockpit. If I type thruster up here, we can see that all the thrusters are currently locked behind us having built a cockpit. Similarly, gyroscopes, which are required to make a ship turn, are also locked behind it, so if we build our cockpit, we've then unlocked everything that we need. Place the cockpit on top, and then we can use a new method to get all of the different parts we need for this. So what we're going to do is we're going to, with our welder in hand, right-click on the cockpit, and it will say Components Added to Build Planner. If we then press G, you can see in our Blocks menu, there's this section down in the bottom right here called Build Planner. This is where you can add blocks to a list that can then be utilized for ordering components from our production systems. So if we then walk over to this cargo container and not open it up, but while highlighted press Shift middle mouse, it will say all components were successfully put into production. If we look at our production window, we can then see that all those parts for the cockpit are there. We can then press on our inventory access port with middle mouse and it will say all components were successfully withdrawn. Sometimes you might have to middle mouse more than once to get all of the parts out. Collecting all those components will also clear the item from our build planner list and weld it up, and we'll see by building cockpit you have unlocked new blocks. So now I have access to the thrusters and we can add them to our hotbar to be able to place them around. The next thing to add to our mining ship is going to be the drill. To get the drill, press G, type drill, and we can right click and add that to the hotbar. We want to make sure that this drill is conveyed to our cockpit, because we're going to use our cockpit as a midway through to our cargo. The drill has 3 cargo access ports, one on each side and one on the back. We want to line up the one on the back with this cargo access port on the front of the cockpit. So we bring it across, make sure it's lined up directly in front of the cockpit, and place it there. We want to add some cargo. So we're going to grab our cargo containers. We're also going to grab our conveyor junction block here, the larger one, not the smaller one, and add that to our hotbar. If we have a look at our cargo containers, in small grid we have 3 options. These tiny little ones, this medium one, and this large one. For our first mining ship, we're going to stick with the medium cargo container. The reason we're starting relatively small is because it's going to cost a lot of materials to build something that's bigger, so you may as well start with something that can at least get you mining with this ship early, so you can stop hand mining sooner. If we have a look at our medium cargo container, you can see that there are 4 cargo access ports, 2 large and 2 small. The small ones cannot connect to these large ports. You must match type for type. So if we want to conveyor this in such a way that the large ports are facing forward and backwards, which we do, because that's going to help us build our connector, we're going to need a way to convert from these small ports on the back of the cockpit to the large port on our cargo container. And that is going to be done with a conveyor converter. The conveyor converter block has this large port on one side and these small ports on the other. If we make sure that the conveyor converter is lined up this way, not this way, it will line up properly with those ports on the cockpit. To do that, we can use this line on the large port because it aligns with those 3 ports. If we make sure that that line is horizontal when we place this, it will definitely line up to our cockpit. And that's going to connect our drill to our cockpit to this conveyor converter, which is then going to allow our medium cargo container to sit on the back here. Some of you may have found these blocks a bit difficult to place in the correct position, and there's a good reason for that, and it's called auto rotate. This can be toggled by pressing T, and when it's on, if I walk up to a grid, Space Engineers is going to try and predict the orientation of the block that I want to place. That means that if I pick a particular orientation, walk away, and come back, it's going to change. If we toggle this off, and I set a particular orientation for this block, walk away, come back, it's going to hold that orientation. There are a few specific exceptions to this rule, like conveyors, but for the vast majority of blocks, this will hold true. And it is quite handy to be able to turn this off and leave it off most of the time. At least for me, I find that to be easier. Then we're going to add our connector. The connector is going to be how we attach to our base here and how we transfer the ores from our ship to our base. So to get a connector, let's type connect, and we want this big one. This small one cannot connect to a large grid connector, so it doesn't work here. We must use the standard connector. So we'll right click on that, and then we're going to build this using that large port aligned to our container. And that's why we did the conversion. So now, ores should be able to pass from our drill into the cockpit's inventory, which does have a moderate amount of storage, then into our medium cargo storage, then into our connectors storage, and then when we're hooked up to the base, all of that can be moved across to the base. So let's weld this part up now, so then we can add more blocks to this. As before, to order up the parts, we can right click on each block of our ship, and you can do this with up to 8 blocks at a time. Then we can walk over to our conveyor port here, press shift middle mouse, and put it into production. We have a look at our production window. It'll have all the parts we need for those 4 blocks. The next thing I want to place onto our ship is our batteries. I want to build 2 of these, one on each side. We're going to place one just down here, lined up with the bottom of the cargo container and the conveyor converter, and another one on the opposite side in the same position. Weld those up too. In small grid, you have 2 battery size options. You've got these little ones and you've got the larger ones that we've used here. The reason we've used the large ones is because they can output enough power for our thrusters, and they can also store more power, so we'll be able to fly longer. And I've checked ahead based on how many thrusters I'm planning on adding to this build, and 2 batteries is about what we need for this build. Over time, you'll get a feel for this, or you'll be one of these people that uses a spreadsheet to do it. I'm definitely a go-by-feel kind of person. We've got power, we've got cargo, we've got the drill. Let's add some thrust. To do that, we're going to add this thing here, the large atmospheric thruster with the plus symbol on it. Right-click on that, and we'll see that there are multiple types available to us in small grid. We've got these large ones, we've got these smaller ones, we've got these flat ones that come in a couple of different shapes, and these littler flat ones that also come in a couple of different shapes. The main difference between these thrusters that's relevant to us today is how much force they can generate. These small flat ones produce the least. Next up is these ones, then the flat ones, and then finally the big ones. The bigger thrusters also produce more thrust per unit of power, so they're more power efficient, which is important to us a little bit with this mining ship. To optimize things a little bit, we're going to use our flat atmospheric thrusters for our lift. But which way do we need to place these? Thrusters must be placed somewhat carefully. With the standard thrusters, it's pretty clear which end is going to be the exhaust, and in this case it's to the left of screen. With the flat ones, it's a little less obvious, but we can tell by using this bounding box, that green box that's around the block right now. The green box extends in the direction of the exhaust, so the exhaust in this case would be pointing right, or if I flip it around, pointing left, or pointing towards our character. That's important because the exhaust will damage blocks that it's next to. So if I were to place this block like this, it is going to progressively damage that battery because the battery is too close. So we have to be mindful of where the exhaust is pointing so that we don't damage things. To begin with, I'm going to place a few of these flat atmospheric thrusters underneath our ship. We're going to start with a square one here, sitting just behind the cockpit. And then I'm going to choose a D-shaped one here, just because I think the rounded edge looks nice underneath the connector. and that's going to be 2 of our 3 lifting thrusters. There's a third lifting thruster that I want to place, but it's going to be placed directly under this cockpit, and we will place it down later. So next up, we're going to add some reverse thrust, because we're going to be probably pointing our drill downward a fair bit. We're going to want more of this than we want of the other directions. In order to make room for that, and potentially make some room for some future expansions on our build, I'm not going to place a thruster here, because I'd like to potentially leave myself the option of adding a drill on either side of the existing one. To make it so that I can place this block up here, because it can't attach to the cockpit there, we're going to add an armor block here and here, and then add a thruster on the top and bottom of that armor block. One up there, and one down here. Another one here and here, as well as a 5th and 6th thruster here and here, lining up the middle of the thruster with that conveyor converter. That's going to give us 6 thrusters for when we're tilting forward. Next up, let's add some sideways thrust. We'll add a pair of thrusters under here like this, and then we can add some forward thrust here and here. Do the same on the other side. Forward thrust lining up just inside our battery here, and then 2 going sideways here and here. That's going to give us forward, back, left, right, up, and gravity gives us down. The reason I'm going to use gravity to give us the down thrust here is because it's going to make us more power and weight efficient, because we don't have to carry the weight of thrusters to push us back down. This adds some risk to flying, but I think on balance it's worth it for making something that's more capable in all the other directions. Because by getting rid of anything that pushes us down, we can then have more things that push us sideways, forward and back. Alright, and this is all welded up once I've got this thruster done. And you might be thinking at this point, great, we've got thrust, we've got a drill, we've got batteries, we've got a connector, we've got a mining ship. No. Because thrusters in Space Engineers always push their force through the center of mass of the grid, this ship currently has no ability to turn. It won't be able to rotate at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to add that ability by using a gyroscope. Press G, find our gyroscopes. We're going to add them on each side on this block right here. One there, and one there. I'm just going to rotate them to match, because symmetry. For direct control methods, gyroscopes will function exactly the same no matter which way you place them. You don't have to worry about their orientation. But if you want to know about the specific situations where it does matter where you place them, I've got a dedicated tutorial to gyroscopes that I'll link above. In this case, it doesn't matter. And now we have a flyable ship, which is great, because now we can make a way to connect it to our base. I'm going to walk over here, and I'm going to build a connector on our base. I'm just going to attach it to this survival kit. So we'll go back to our connector on our second page, and this time we're going to place the large grid version, align it up to our conveyor port, and pop it there. Then we're going to right click, grab the components we've already made of it, which aren't many, with middle mouse, then shift middle mouse to produce the rest of them, and get this thing welded up. The reason I built that connector now is that I can move my ship over to that connector and start charging my batteries while we build the last bits. But I also wanted to demonstrate some things about this ship before we improve it. I'm going to remove this landing gear here, and hopefully the ship will hover. Good. I can then hop in the cockpit, and I can lift with space, and I can fly around just as I do with my character. Need to be careful though that I don't run into these wind turbines, because that would be bad for both my ship and the wind turbines. Before we fly away, just in case we have trouble finding our way back here, I'm going to create a quick GPS for where our base is. So I'm going to open up chat with enter, type / all in lowercase GPS, and then call it home. And that's going to create a GPS location right where I'm sitting in my cockpit. And that means I shouldn't ever get lost. There are a few things to look at when you're testing your ship. One is its power consumption. You want to make sure that you can lift, move sideways, and move forward or backwards at the same time without maxing your power consumption. You can see that I'm at 60%, so that's okay. I don't have too many thrusters. In this case, I probably should move backwards rather than forwards and moving sideways, and that goes up to 70%, because I do have more reverse thrusters than forward. I also want to make sure that I can tilt my ship a fair way before it starts losing altitude. Definitely do this at a higher altitude rather than close to the ground, so that you've got more buffer in case things go sideways. And And speaking of going sideways, how far can I tilt? It looks like while I'm empty, I can tilt to, if we look at our artificial horizon on our just next to our hotbar, I'm probably at something around 60, 70 degrees there, which is pretty good. But that's while I'm empty. This is going to get a lot heavier with some ore. So I think I'm going to want to have some more lateral thrust and that extra lifting thruster that I can place in now that I've removed that landing gear. In order to land our ship, there are a few things we're going to do to make it as safe as possible. First off, we're going to press G.
Fuel low.
We're going to find our connector, and this is just pure force of habit for me.
Critical.
I'm going to put it on number 9, and I'm going to select switch lock. You can either drag it down to that slot to pick the option, or you can right click on it and it will fill from the left. So if I right click on it and select switch lock, it'll move it over here, or I can drag it down here and select switch lock over here. I'm then going to fly down and try and line myself up with that connector. This is definitely easier with third person. Carefully bring myself closer. Make sure I don't move too fast back into that connector because you can break it. When we finally get close, a magnet will pull us into position. If you find that you're destroying a lot of connectors, one thing you can do to improve the safety of moving into that position is get rid of that magnet. We can do that by pressing K, finding our connector, scrolling down here, and in this strength bar, dragging it all the way to disabled. That way when we move near this connector, we're not going to get moved around unexpectedly, which means any crashing is 100% the pilot's fault. Because they've moved too quickly. And now you can see as I move away, the connector goes from white to yellow as I get closer. When it's yellow, that means it's ready to lock. As you can see on my hotbar, it says ready to. If I press number 9 now, it'll switch to green because I'm now locked to that base. Your connector also disables its magnetism automatically for a brief grace period when you disconnect. It will show up blue when it's in that state. Let's relock. While locked to the base, if I press K and go to my batteries, we can see that we have an orange battery and 2 white ones. The white ones are on the grid that I'm in right now, or I'm accessing the control panel through. That means they're the batteries on my ship, which say fully recharged in 3 hours. This battery is the one on my base, which says fully recharged in 2 hours with stored power of 1.85 megawatt hours. I would like the batteries on my ship to be charged before the one on the base. So I'm going to press Control and I'm going to select both of those, and I'm going to change the charge mode. I'm going to change it over to recharge. It is now going to steal the charge from this battery, which is now going to be fully depleted in 17 minutes, and put it into my batteries here. There is some efficiency loss in terms of the absolute amount of energy in the system, transferring power from one battery to another. However, all of the power that's stored in that battery on the base would have been lost if we didn't have that battery anyway, because those wind turbines had nowhere to store it. So overall, for our uses, this is giving us more energy. Be careful having done what I've just done, because, and I'm going to save before I do this because I might break some things. If I disconnect while those batteries are on recharge, I'm going to fall on the ground. And I could break something, especially my lifting thrusters, because my batteries won't give out any power on my ship. They may as well be off. I need to press K. I need to turn these batteries back on. But I'm going to make this a little bit easier. And I'm going to create a group for them. Over on the right here, you can see block group. And I'm going to say minor batteries. Save. Now I have this asterisk group at the top of my blocks list, which is both of these batteries. Now we can add that group to our hotbar. Press G, go to the groups list over here, and we're going to put this next to our connector with recharge on/off. And now, instead of having to go into the menu to change the recharge status of these batteries, we can simply press 8 on our hotbar, and we can have power back, which means we can pick this back up and bring it back onto the connector. Lock it to our connector, switch it back to recharge mode, and that way every time I jump into my ship, I need to remember before I disconnect from the base, I switch that recharge mode onto auto. And now we can get back to adding some more thrust to this so that it can carry all of the weight of the ores that we're going to drill. first thing we're going to do is add that flat, large atmospheric thruster here underneath the cockpit. We're going to add a few more side thrusters. 3 of them like this. 1, 2, 3. Another 3 on this side. 1, 2, 3. So we now have 4 forward thrust, 6 reverse thrust, 5 left, and 5 right. Get those welded up, and then we'll check the power consumption of those. While placing these sideways thrusters, do make sure that the exhausts are pointed the correct way. The grey end points away from your ship. Okay, let's test this thing out, see what our power consumption looks like after that. Make sure I remember to turn my batteries onto auto, and then disconnect with my connector lock. Now that we're unlocked, we're going to test our 3 directions of thrust. We're going to go up, we're going to go to the side, and we're going to go forward, which takes us to 92, or 91, 90, 89. As we gain altitude, our thrusters use less power because they can generate less thrust. If we go in reverse, we're at 94%, but we've already gained quite a bit of altitude. If we go back down, if I now go backwards, right, and up, we're over 100%, which isn't ideal. As soon as we get over 100% power usage, all of our thrusters create less thrust. This means that we'll have inconsistent amounts of thrust generated. I know, because I calculated it manually for this ship, that we're only just a bit over 100%, so the reduction in thrust output isn't enough for it to be too much of a problem. But it also means that we probably don't want to be adding any more thrusters to this because they're not going to increase what we can do with it. Any extra thruster we put on here is going to reduce the efficiency of all the others while also making the ship heavier, which further reduces the efficiency. So this is about as many thrusters as we can get away with, which is fine because while this is empty, we can tilt almost all the way sideways, we can tilt all the way forward, and we can tilt almost all the way backwards. So we have one more block to add to make this into a mining ship. Let's lock, turn on recharge, and we're going to add ourselves an ore detector. Press G, find the ore detector, and I'm going to place this just behind the battery right here. I want it sticking out in line with the battery, which will make sense in a little while. It's just for aesthetics. Right click, add the components, get this welded up, and now we have a functional mining ship that could still use a few improvements. But let's go use it. Hop in the cockpit, turn off recharge, disconnect from our connector, and let's go mine something. While I'm hovering, I have 44 minutes of power. While I'm flying more aggressively, substantially less, so I'm going to have to be a little bit careful about that. Alright, I'm at my iron deposit, and all I can currently see is ice. That's because if we go into our menu and find our ore detector, it defaults to 25 meters range. We can increase this all the way up to 50, and then I still can't see anything because I'm still not close enough. Oh, nope, now I can see the cobalt. And there we go, now we can see our iron. Ore detectors do not have an orientation that they require. They detect within a sphere around the center of their block. So you can place them any way you like. I chose to point it outwards because we're going to add some other blocks that looks neat next to. In order to get down to our iron deposit, we're going to need to be able to use our drill. So if we press G, there are 2 ways we can use our drill. You can either use it by selecting a toggle on-off option on the block here from the all blocks list, or, and this is my preferred way to use it, or we can select block tools and find the drill here and then add that to our hotbar. When we add this mode to our hotbar, it acts just like if we were using our hand drill. If we right click, it's going to destroy a large area around the drill, but not produce any resources. If we left click, we're going to get some resources. Unlike the hand drill, though, if you double click, this drill will not stay on. Hand tools will if you double click. So I'm going to dig down to this iron, using right click to clear a nice wide path so my whole ship can fit through, being very careful to keep an eye on my artificial horizon to the right of my toolbars. It is very important that we keep ourselves as close as we can manage to upright as we go, making sure we're using Q and E to correct things when we get a little bit sideways. But because of the way we designed this ship, we do have a fair bit of leeway with that, so we're less likely to tip over than if we hadn't done so. But it can still happen. Okay, we're down here at the iron. I'm now going to left click. And I'm going to start at the edge of the iron deposit here so that I can demonstrate something important. We can see that our weight marker on the right hand side is going up as I drill. If I press I for my inventory now, we can see that we've got 2,000 kilos of iron ore in my cockpit, 1,600 in the connector, and we've got 3,700 in our medium cargo container. But we've also got a whole lot of stone. Like, a lot of stone. We don't really want the stone anymore, because we can more efficiently work with the iron ore. So we're going to head back to base and we're going to fix that. To get back out, I would recommend holding down right click as you turn around. Create yourself plenty of room. Making sure as we turn around that we keep ourselves leveled. Right now I'm quite crooked on my artificial horizon, so I'm going to level that back off. And then I'm going to move forward and push up. Some of you might be wondering, why have I made this so much harder by making this a horizontal mining ship? Why are we mining something horizontally when we've got to mine down to it? Why didn't I just put the drills underneath the ship? Well, the drills aren't underneath the ship because the ore deposits aren't vertical. The ore deposits are kind of pancakes. They are very flat. And because they're very flat, I want to be able to mine forward, back, left, and right, not just plunging straight down into a hole. Alright, we're back with our load of iron and stone, which could have just been iron, and we're going to make it just iron for the next load. Lock down, set to recharge, hop out. What we're going to do is we're going to get the ship to throw out every bit of stone that it mines. Because stone is quite heavy and doesn't produce as much material as the ores, we want to just have the ores. So what we're going to do is we're going to head to our second hotbar. Now we're going to add this small conveyor, and we're going to add our small connector. So, at the back here, where this connector has a conveyor port, we're going to add a block called a sorter. So we're going to scroll through our small conveyor block list until we find the sorter. Small conveyor sorter. This thing has an arrow on it on the side. That is important because that is the direction of flow that it allows things to move through it. We want to place a sorter here with the arrow pointing outward, attached to that conveyor port on the side of our connector. So we'll place one there, we'll fly around the other side, and we'll do the same there too. Making sure the arrow is pointing outward. So if I move around here, we can see it a bit more clearly. I'm going to rotate and make it point that way. Next thing we're going to do is add a conveyor junction. So we'll keep scrolling, find the junction, add one there, and another one here. And then on this side, we've only got room for one because of the ore detector. So we'll just place the one, and now we're going to weld those blocks up because we're not going to be able to reach them when we put the next bits on. With those welded up, we can now place our small connectors. Make sure that the small ones, place one on this port here, pointing backwards, one on this port here, pointing outwards, and then on this side, we'll realize I haven't welded this up, and I'll fix that. Whoops. And now we'll place the small connectors on here, and on this side we'll get three. 1, 2, and 3. And now, hopefully, the ore detector makes a little more sense because it sits neatly next to this small connector here. Get these welded up, and then we can set them up to get rid of all of our stone. The reason we've added more than one of these connectors is that the more of them we have, the more quickly we can throw that stone out. I'm going to now hop in my cockpit, press K, and find my sorters. Small conveyor sorters. I have to select these one at a time, and we have to make sure we set up both of them, because unfortunately we can't set them up together. So, our small conveyor sorter number 2, we're going to go filter mode, and we're going to change this to whitelist. We're going to scroll down further, and then in this list we're going to find stone. Select stone and click add. That means that the sorter is going to allow stone to pass through it, because stone is on the whitelist. And then we select the second sorter, do the same thing, filter mode, whitelist, scroll down, select stone, click add, make sure it's in our active filter list. Now we can find our small connectors. For the sake of making this easier later, I'm going to rename these to ejectors. because these are going to be throwing out stone. They're not going to be used for connections, and that's going to make my life easier later when I'm trying to figure out whether I'm looking at something that's meant to throw out stone or something that's meant to connect another ship. We can then select all of our small, now renamed ejectors, grab them, select collect all, and throw out. They will now try and pull any stone from the connected inventories into the connector and then dump it out into the world. So, since there is no stone currently inside any of the inventories that it's connected to, let's go mine some. As before, make sure we turn off recharge and then disconnect with our connector. We can just go and mine some stone. Let's just mine this boulder so that we can get a little bit of iron and a little bit of stone from nice and close by. Left click mining to make sure we collect. And there we go, we can see some stone getting ejected. If I press I, you'll see that the stone amount in our medium cargo container is now going down, same in our cockpit, and now we're out of stone. If you're feeling lazy and you don't want to have to hold down left click while you mine, you can press G, and we can go to this all blocks list, select our drill, and click toggle block on off. We can then turn it on, and that acts the same as left click drilling. So we're collecting resources, and as you can see, we're throwing out this stone. So that's weight we don't have to carry while we're mining or carry all the way back to base. Now it looks like we're probably about full at this stage. So let's turn our drill off, check our inventory, and look, it's all just iron, which is perfect. No more wasted mass from all of that stone. Let's lock ourselves down and put it back on recharge. Something important to note when we return to base with our load of ores is that if we go to our inventory screen, the ores do not automatically move to the base. We're going to have to do that manually, at least with the way things are set up here. The refinery will pull some amount of ores into it so that it can start processing them, but it will not fill itself up. So what we need to do is set up a way to quickly move all of those materials from our ship into our base. This can be done simply by finding our cargo container on our base, which is our small cargo container, and then dragging all of that ore into it from our ship. But there's a better way to do this. So let's hop out of the cockpit, walk over to this cargo container, and we're going to name this cargo container something related to our base. And for the base cargo containers, I'm going to put in CC, or cargo container. It also happens to be close to my WASD key, so it's quite easy to type in quickly when we want to search for it. If I hop back in the cockpit of my ship and press I, if I type CC, only that small cargo container appears on the right. I can then click show only inventories of the current ship, which is why I got back in the cockpit. If I click that, we see we've got the cockpit, the connector, the medium cargo container, and only the stuff on this ship. If I want to get all of my ores out in one click, or mostly one click, sometimes it requires a couple, I can use this deposit all ores, ingots, and components while I've got only this cargo container on the right here. And there we go. Transferred across, all nice and empty. That means I can go out and collect another load of ores. In my really boring white ship, there are two more things we're going to do today. I'm going to show you how you can make this ship a little more interesting, and then I'm going to show you how you can make this ship even better as a mining ship. First off, let's make it look more interesting. I'm going to utilize the colors from our drop pod here, the blue, the white, and the gray. To change the color of a block I'm about to place down, I can press P and use the color picker here. In this case, this gray on the right of our default grays is the same gray as the bottom of this ship. But if I didn't have that on my list, make sure I've got a block in hand, make sure it's snapping over the block that I'm looking at. You can tell that I'm looking at the correct block with the red bounding box around that block. Press Shift P and it will pick up that color. To then use that to paint our ship, we can use middle mouse, and I'm going to paint all these thrusters to this dark grey, all these ones on the bottom. It's going to add a degree of depth by having this extra colour down here. Middle mouse on all of those. Then I'm also going to paint this stuff at the back here. These three thrusters here, and the ore detector, and the connector ejector system. There we go, that's a step in the right direction, but I think we still need some more colour. And I need more fuel. So next up, let's add some blue. I'm going to paint my battery blue, and I'm going to add a couple of extra armor blocks in around here near my gyroscope. I'm going to paint this one blue, I'm going to put that there, weld it up, then Then I'm going to put a little slope in here. Weld that up. And a little slope in here. And weld it up. And do the same on the other side. Just to add a little splash of color. Then on the back side of the battery, I'm going to add a little bit of stuff under here, under these ejectors, with 1, 2, and 3. And match that on the other side. I'm trying to limit how many of these blocks I put down, because every block of detailing you add like this is more mass that you have to fly with. When you're talking about a mining ship, if we get a little carried away, that can actually significantly impact how effective that mining ship is. But in this case, this is also providing more connections between all of these blocks, so if you bump something, the whole ship is less likely to just crumble apart, which is probably an advantage. Now you might have noticed, when I went and mined, it was pretty dark. So let's add some lighting to this too. Go to our third hotbar and find our lights. The block group we want to add is this spotlight group with the plus. So we're going to add that to our hotbar. And I'm going to put spotlight on either side of this thruster here. To do that, I need a way to attach it. And I want to make this in the white blocks. So I'm going to select the white color of this thruster with Shift P. Place that block there. And then place a spotlight on front like so. We'll do the same on the other side. And then we've got spotlights pointing forward. I'd also like to be able to see what's to the side of me. So I'm going to add these interior lights, 1 on each of the batteries. We'll get those welded up. Oh, and also, by building that interior light, you happen to unlock some new blocks. So that's not bad either. With the lights built, we now want to set them up. Hop back in our cockpit, find our lights. Spotlights, they're pretty much fine to leave at default. The interior lights, though, at default, only put their light out to 3.6 meters. We want to be able to see behind us a lot further than that, so let's push them out to 10 on both of them. If you're finding that that's making everything just a little overly bright, we can select both of our lights and drop the intensity down to, say, 1.5. And if you want to enter a specific value on any of these sliders, Control-click on it, then you get this little pop-up and you can type in the value there. And now, let's go see how it looks mining with this much light. Turn off recharge, disconnect, let's fly. Oh, I just noticed I didn't paint one of my batteries. I'm going to fix that. Now that I'm back in this mining tunnel, you can see how much better it is with all this extra light around. We can see all the rock, we can see all the ore. It is much, much safer with all this light. So that's why you want to make sure you add some lights to your mining ships. Let's grab some iron while we're here. Then we're going to head back and do the last little upgrade on our mining ship that isn't required, but you might like to have anyway. If you're struggling to keep your ship aligned to gravity, don't feel bad if you have to do a quick reload because you crashed your ship. Personally, I think that's the best way for you to learn, because if you have the opportunity to do the same thing multiple times in quick succession, you're going to learn more than if you have to go and rebuild a ship, and each time you get to check to see if you've learned something is spread apart by several hours of rebuilding and frustration. You're just not going to learn it as quickly. So I think, especially when you're starting out, just give yourself a break, give yourself a chance, and reload, and use that backup save. Don't feel bad. It's not save scumming in Space Engineers, it's just having a better day. Alright, we're going to lock down, switch to recharge, press I, type CC, switch to our connected inventories on ship, make sure we've got show only inventories of the current ship selected, and click our deposit all ores to move all that iron on board. And our ship is nice and empty. We're good. The last little upgrade I wanted to teach you about for this ship was the option of adding a drill either side of our central drill here. The reason I haven't done that by default is that this ship, with its current amount of inventory and its current amount of thrusters, was fairly tightly balanced. What I mean by that is, you can fill up the whole thing with ore, and it will still be able to fly. If you add 2 more drills, you're going to be able to drill quicker, but you're also potentially going to be able to drill enough that you won't be able to fly with the amount of batteries and thrusters this has. So you're going to have to keep an eye on your ship's mass. But because we can probably do that, I think it's worth talking about adding 2 extra drills. We can pop one here and one here. These thrusters have been positioned carefully so they do not damage these drills. Weld these up, and we now have 3 drills. Just for some style points, I'm going to get rid of this slope here, add in a cube, and then a slope like so. Just because I think it'll look a bit nicer. And there we go. Here's the ship with 3 drills. So let's try this out. We will turn off recharge, disconnect from our dock. Let's go over and, again, just drill our little test rock here. Something to note is that because we've added 2 extra drills, our little turn on off command is still only going to work on the central drill. If we want it to work for all of them, first off, press K, find our drills, select them all, and create a block group called minor drills, or whatever you want to call it. Then press G, we'll remove this from the hotbar, remove from toolbar, go to groups, find our minor drills, and then select toggle block on and off. And now all 3 will turn on and off. Or you can continue to just use the block tools command where we use left click and right click to mine. So let's drill this out. If you notice on the right, our mass is slowly increasing. At some point, I'm going to get too heavy and I'm going to sink to the ground and potentially break my ship. 57 now, 62, 66 is too much. So for safety, we probably want to stick to under 60 tons so that we can always make sure that we can still fly with those 3 lifting thrusters that we have. If we were to try to add more lifting thrusters, we're going to end up having too little battery power for being able to maneuver while lifting, which is risky. So we'd then add more batteries, which adds more weight, which means more thrusters, and so on and so forth. Over time, you'll figure out ways that you like it to be and ways that you'll like to fly. I tried to balance this miner as best I could for new players to optimize flight, but also optimize usability. So just keep in mind, if you add those drills, don't let it get too heavy. There we have it. We have a mining ship. Redock it, and let's talk about a couple of advanced techniques that we could have used instead of using the landing gear in order to build our mining ship. I've added 2 connectors to the base just temporarily so that we can demonstrate these points. If we were to build a new ship and we have a connector pointing upwards and we were happy to have the connector pointing downwards on our ship, what we can do is build that connector on the base first, make sure we switch to our small grid connector, and then rotate this so that it's sitting horizontally. Then make sure that it's just over the top of the other connector, and then drop it on top like that. We can then weld this up, and then once it's welded, we can lock this to the connector below it. Go to our control panel and select lock. Now that it's locked to the base, any batteries we build on our ship, as we build them, we can turn to recharge so that they can be charging up as we do all of our decorative bits and add all our thrusters to our ship, so that by the time our ship's finished, we've already got charged batteries. This is quite easy to pull off for vertically mounted ones, but for horizontal ones it's a bit more tricky because the small grid connector won't line up with the large grid one if we place it directly on the ground. So what we're going to do first is place a couple of light armor blocks. Drop our blocks down, place 2 like that, then we place our connector on top of that. Rotate it so that it lines up, build our connector, and just like before, select it, lock it down, and then you can build while attached to power on your base, which is really quite handy for getting those early batteries charged up without having to wait around for it after you've finished your build. If you got any tips on anything that you know that I haven't mentioned here, feel free to share them in the comments. Equally, if you've got any questions about anything I've said here today, let me know and I'll do my best to answer them. Next time, we'll be using our mining ship to collect enough resources so that we can build a large refinery, a proper assembler, and go through all of the production upgrades that we can utilize with that, as well as probably building a little bit of style onto our base. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then. G'day and welcome back for another Space Engineers tutorial. Today we're going to be taking a look at the build planner. This thing has a few different ways you can use it. I'm going to try and cover as many of them as possible. If we open up the G menu, you can see down here in the bottom right of the screen, there is the build planner. This is a queue of blocks that you can use to collect items from an inventory or to queue up items to be produced by your assembler. So let's have a look at some ways you can use it. If we mouse over this little plus symbol here, you'll see that we can click this to add the selected block variant or drag and drop the block here. You can also middle mouse button on a block to quickly add it to the build planner. So that is either literally clicking this, which is going to add the light armor block
large grid variant, and currently this is the one that's selected. If I wanted to select something different for that plus symbol to work, I can say left click on the cockpit, go to the small grid version and click plus, and that'll add it. Or I could go to our rounded heavy armor and I could drag the heavy armor inverted corner down there. Or I could go to the armory and I could middle mouse on the armory lockers, and you can see that those specific blocks have been added each time. If you've ever got the wrong size of block or the wrong block in your queue, you can right click on it to remove it, and then you can add it back in by selecting the block size, the block type, and then middle mouse or dragging it or clicking the plus symbol. There are other ways to get blocks added to this build planner queue. If I have some partially constructed blocks on the ground, I can get up my welder and I can right click on them to add their components to the build planner. If I now press G, you'll see that I've got 3 light armor blocks added here. And you'll also notice that it only says 24 steel plate, yet the light armor block, as you can see from this part just above it, requires 25. That's because there's already one in this partially constructed block. If I were to, say, weld this up a bit, where we're now just missing 2, and right click again, you'll see that this one says 24, this one says 24, this one says 24, and this one says just 2. That's because when you right click with the welder, it adds the missing components to the build planner queue, and only the missing components. So this is going to save you from those times where you would walk over to something, go, oh, I know I need some motors, I need some computers, I need some steel plate, I need some girders, and then you get back to the cargo system and be like, all right, so I know I needed, what did I need again? I think I needed motors and maybe interior plates, and you go back over and you realize you didn't need the interior plates, you got half as many motors as you needed. So this is a nice way of fixing that. And that brings me on to actually using the build planner. Say, for example, we want to build a very, very basic rudimentary starter base. A rudimentary starter base is going to need a power supply, so let's middle mouse on our wind turbine. It's also going to need a basic assembler, so let's middle mouse on that, and we'll probably need some blocks to place down so that we can lift that turbine up a little bit, as well as have a platform on which to place our basic assembler. With those in our build queue, we can walk over to a cargo access port and press F. You'll see this button here, which adds components from the build planner to our production queue. If we have a look at our production queue, you can see it is empty. If I go back to my inventory tab and click that button, you'll now see that all of these components have been added. That does not remove the blocks from our build planner queue. So I can come back in here and I can press that again, and it'll put them into the queue. If I keep pressing that, it'll add it over and over again. So to show that a bit more clearly, let's clear these items out and let's go for a single light armor block. So this light armor block requires a single steel plate. So right now we have no steel plates, and if I shift middle mouse, 1 will have been produced. If I control shift middle mouse, we'll get another 10. And if I control shift middle mouse a whole bunch of times, it's going to queue up a whole bunch of steel plates, 10 for every time I clicked that interface. You can also control click on this button in your inventory screen, and that will add 10 times the components in your build planner to the production queue. So that's all nice and handy. We can get stuff to the production queue without having to interact directly with the assembler, which saves a fair bit of time. And also, we're able to interact with these cargo ports without having to go into the inventory system. Again, quite handy. There is another method, but I'm going to cover it later in its own little segment, which is where we interact with these cargo ports using blocks. So let's go back to our build planner, clear it out, and we'll go back and order up our parts that we had before for our basic base. So that's a light armor block, a wind turbine, and a basic assembler. We'll shift middle mouse on that, and we'll get all of those components produced. So now what? Now how am I going to access that and get it into my personal inventory? Well, that's where this button comes in. which withdraws components for the build planner. It's going to tell me that it can't withdraw any of the stuff that I've got, even though I know some of it's there. The reason it can't do that is because right now, this is the only inventory it has access to. We need to click Show Connected Inventories, then click this button, and it's going to try and withdraw everything. Some of it hasn't been manufactured, but you can see now, I've got a whole lot more stuff in my personal inventory now. That's because it was able to access the stuff that is being built by the assembler. So I can click that again, it's going to grab some more. There's still more yet to be made. Our production queue is now finished, so we should be able to hit that little button and withdraw everything for our build planner. And you can see we got everything, we didn't get any warning. Now we could wander over this way and we should be able to build everything that we asked to build. So we'll get a little bit of a tower, pop our wind turbine on top, weld it up, get our basic assembler, weld it up. And there we go. We've got our turbine and our basic assembler. And that was all done with the build planner in terms of getting the materials we needed exactly right. So having just ground that down, I've now got a whole bunch of components in my inventory. There are a couple of ways I can get that out. I can open up this cargo container and I can click this button, which will deposit everything. Or, as you can see, there's a shortcut for that, which is Alt middle mouse. And now everything is in this cargo container and I've kept my tools on my person. You will keep your tools, you will keep your ammunition, your personal ammunition, not turret ammunition,
Energy.
and you will keep bottles on your person when using that shortcut.
Something important to note about the way this dump everything command works is that if we have a look here, I've got a power kit and a med kit on my person. These are things I want to keep on my person. However, if I use the Alt middle mouse button shortcut, I will have dropped both of those into this base's inventory. So keep that in mind if you're using that shortcut and you're wondering where on earth your power kits and your med kits ended up.
So, what are some other ways to take advantage of the build planner? Right now, my inventory is quite full, and maybe it's full of things that I want to be carrying and I don't have anywhere to put them. So when I go up to this cargo port and I middle mouse to get the stuff from my build planner, it's only going to get some of the items. So I've got 6 steel plate. I can go over to this basic assembler, I can left click, I can then come back here, middle mouse, it will keep collecting the remaining components. You can see I'm getting 6 steel plate each time, and the number of remaining components is going down. Obviously this is an extreme example, but there are situations where you won't be able to carry everything for a particular part. Say for example, if you're building a large atmospheric thruster by hand or a refinery by hand, blocks like that that require a lot of components, you may need to make a couple of runs and it will remember where you're up to, and you'll be able to see that because the amount of components in the build planner will change here.
The next thing I want to look at is how the build planner functions when we interact with a cargo access port with a block in hand. So right now I've got the large variant of the light armor slope in hand. This thing requires 13 steel plates to build. If we look at this inventory, you'll see that there are no steel plates in here. So when I middle mouse click on this access port, it will add this block to my build planner. This is going to allow me to pick up the items I need for this block from whichever cargo access port I like. So if I, for example, went over to this base which has the plates and grab them, it'll say all components successfully withdrawn. However, what can be a bit confusing is it doesn't always behave that way. So again, build planner is empty. Let's add, and it's going to add that block to my hotbar. Now, if I also want to add a basic assembler, you might think that I could do the same thing. Unfortunately, once you've got something in the build planner queue, no matter what is in your hand when you attempt to access a conveyor port and use middle mouse on it, you will try and grab the components from your build planner queue. You will not add extra items. As you can see, when I middle mouse click here, it's still trying to get the 13 steel plates from my light armor slope, and it is not adding the assembler to my build planner queue. Right now you might be thinking that this is all stuff that's only going to work from your suit, and yes, that's true for any of the shortcuts for accessing stuff directly through inventory access ports. However, it's not true for all functions of the build planner. What I've done is I've added a wind turbine, basic assembler and light armor block to my build planner, and we're going to put those components in this rover so that we can take them to another site and start a little base. And the way we're going to do that is by pressing I. We're going to click up here to show only the inventories of the current ship. Because I'm in the cockpit of this ship, it's only going to show the stuff for this ship, which is perfect. Then on the right hand side here, we should have access to this small cargo container. Now to make this work reliably, what I've found you need to do is remove from visibility the stuff that's on this left hand side. So if we were to leave it on and I click withdraw, it's going to say it can't withdraw interior plates and computers, despite the fact that we can see them right here. So if I then type up here and go small, and we only get the small cargo container, I can then click that button again and everything will be transferred and it all works. I can then disconnect from the base, take my handbrake off, and away I go. And the final thing I want to show you guys with the build planner is if you click F1 and then you go down to advanced controls and scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see that build planner is here, and this is another nice place in case you're having trouble remembering the shortcuts. For someone who's been playing for a while, the way that I tend to use the build planner is not by adding stuff to my list through the G menu. It's really mostly by right clicking on an item I want to collect the parts for, going over to the cargo, alt middle mousing to drop what I don't need, and then using middle mouse to grab what I need for that block. That way I don't need to interact with any inventories directly and I can grab what I need. Hopefully that was useful for you guys. If you've got any tips of your own about the build planner that you'd like to share, please let me know in the comments. I'm hopefully going to be doing some tutorials on the economy update very soon. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then.
Fuel low.
We need for a medical room. I'm going to add both the medical room and the DLC version to my list here, just because there are some differences that might matter between them. So our standard medical room here has a conveyor port on the top and a conveyor port on the bottom. Our DLC one has two on the sides here, none on top or bottom. So the conveying for this one can be a little bit more straightforward depending on how you like to lay out your conveying. We'll start with the non-DLC one. There are two places that you want to have access to on your medical room. There's this screen that you can see here, and there's this stand-up area here. Because the stand-up area is where you're going to change your suit, and the screen is where you're going to recharge. The reason we want to conveyor this up is so that we can refill our oxygen and our hydrogen from this once we have oxygen and hydrogen supplies on our grid that we're building, whether that's our big base or a ship or whatever. So let's order this up. Medical order. 100 kilograms of silver. Do I have enough? Let's check. Yep, we got 172, so we're just fine. I know that I want to leave this block row clear here for our assembler. So what I'm going to do is place my medical room over here. And then hopefully it won't be too long before all the bits are built. There we go. Medical room constructed. And now you can see just how much faster this is at recharging your suit. If I recharge now, it feels almost instantaneous compared to the survival kit. So we can get our power quickly, but we still want our oxygen and hydrogen from this thing, so we're going to need to have a source of that on our conveyor network that's hooked up to our medical room. At the moment, my ice source has been the O2H2 gen down here on my survival kit, so I've been filling up my bottle from here using the little bit of ice that we collected way back at the start. But if I want a little bit more, we're probably going to want something on our base. So let's build an O2H2 gen. Our O2H2 generator has conveyor ports, two of them on the long sides and then one on each end. So what I can do here is place this arranged like so, and it'll be connected to the end of the assembler
but also give me a conveyor port just here, which is going to be handy when I want to link that conveyor port to this one on the roof. Saves me a little bit of conveyor building. And also, I kind of like the look of things being a bit more tightly packed sometimes. There we go, O2H2 generator built. By building that, I've unlocked the ability for us to make things like oxygen and hydrogen tanks. So if we look at tank, we can see now we've got access to building these, which is going to be useful in the next tutorial where we're going to look at building a ship to take us to space. So let's hook this up. There we go, with those conveyors built, we'll have our O2H2 gen connected up. Just like before, let's right click on the remaining ones. Add them to our build planner, shift middle mouse to manufacture the remaining bits. There we go, it's hooked up. Now we just need some ice so I can take my mining ship out and go collect some. With ice in the O2H2 generator, as you can see here, if we search ice, you can see there's some there. When I go over to the medical room, my oxygen and hydrogen will fill if they are partially emptied. This is also true of a survival kit if it is piped up and connected to a source of oxygen or hydrogen. So we press F and hold that. You can see hydrogen and power filled almost instantaneously. There's one last thing I want to do at this medical room, and it's something I've been itching to do ever since I noticed that my glove was a little bit orange. And that is fix my suit. Depending on your situation, you may have access to some of these different options, but mainly it'll be for changing your suit color. Ah, that feels better. Back in grey. So we've done a decent amount of upgrades on our base today. We've gone from a survival kit to a medical room, basic assembler and basic refinery to proper assembler and proper refinery, as well as getting upgrade modules on both. With us having this medical room, we could now take this survival kit and put it on a ship that's going to take us way, way, way up to space. And that means we can respawn if something goes wrong up there. And that is what we're going to do next time. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then. G'day and welcome back for another Space Engineers tutorial. Today we're going to be building a little ship that can take us all the way from this base up to space, hopefully do something useful up there, and then come all the way back down and hopefully land safely at our base. In order to get up to space, we're going to need thrusters. Now we have used atmospheric thrusters on our mining ship here. However, they're not going to get us to space. These only work within a planet's atmosphere. They don't even work within a pressurized box if you build one up in space. Only in a planet's atmosphere. So they are only going to get us up to maybe 6.5 kilometers if we're lucky. We've got a lot further than that to go. So what are our other options? Well, we've got access to ion thrusters. Ion thrusters work very well in a vacuum, but down here on a planet with atmosphere, their efficiency is awful. They're terrible working on planets. But that's not the only thing that makes them not a great option for our first ship to get to space. We have a look here, they also require thruster components. And if we head over to our production window, we can see that thruster components require platinum. And we don't have access to platinum because platinum can only be found on moons and on asteroids, which is one of the reasons for us to go to space in the first place. So the other option we have, if we check in our progression tree, is hydrogen thrusters. Hydrogen thrusters are very powerful thrusters. They work in atmospheres, they work in space, they work well everywhere. Their limitation is that they require fuel. So we need to build fuel tanks to operate them. And we also need to build fuel tanks in order to even unlock them through the progression tree. That works out okay for us here because producing hydrogen fuel takes time. We need to process ice through an O2H2 generator to produce the hydrogen fuel that we can use for our thrusters. So it's kind of nice for us to have a hydrogen tank on our base that can be slowly getting filled up while we build our ship. So we're going to begin by building that tank. I'm going to add the tank to my hopper. I'm going to build a little conveyor junction out here, connected to the base of this O2H2 generator here. Then on top of this conveyor junction, we'll build our tank. There are two sizes of hydrogen tank we can build. There is the small one, and then there's the large one, which has both a vanilla and a DLC variant of it. We don't really need the large tank because even the small tank is going to be enough to completely fill our ship with hydrogen twice if it's full. So we'll start with the small hydrogen tank, as it's going to be more than enough. As we've done previously, weld up what we've got in our inventory, then right click on it, go over to our conveyor port, middle mouse, try and grab what we've already made, and then shift middle mouse to get the assembler to build all those remaining components. Then with our tank built, we will have unlocked new blocks. And those new blocks are our hydrogen thrusters. Now that that's built, you can see that the amount of ice in our O2H2 generator is going down. If we go to our control panel and find our tank, you can see that it's slowly getting filled. The amount of ice we have at the moment is not going to be anywhere near enough to fill this tank, so we'll need to take our mining ship out a few times to collect ice. My preference is to just go out and collect some ice whenever I'm waiting for the assembler to build some components. Some of you might be wondering at this point, what's going to happen when I run out of ice in the O2H2 generator, because that's how we've been filling up our hydrogen bottles. Well, if we have a look in our control panel here and we start with the O2H2 generator, you can see down the bottom there's this section where we have this grayed out refill bottles button and auto refill checkbox. As long as this checkbox is filled, anytime you transfer a bottle into that inventory, it will automatically fill. In the case of the O2H2 generator, if there is any ice there. In the case of the hydrogen tank, that's not set by default, so we need to make sure it's set. So we're going to check auto refill, then we're going to find the inventory of our tank, and we can drag our hydrogen bottle across to there, and it will fill as long as the tank has enough hydrogen to fill it. So that's how we're going to fill our hydrogen bottles going forward. Let's get started on this ship. To begin with, we're going to want a place to connect it. So I'm going to begin with a connector. I'm going to place it on this conveyor here. We're going to set this up so that we can build a small connector that's attached to it. In order to get a small grid connector to hook up to this one, what we're going to need to do is build a pair of armor blocks, one underneath the connector and one just in front. And then we're going to want to place a small armor block in front to put our connector on top of. We want to make sure that this block, when we place it, is aligned with that connector. The way we're going to do that is we're going to press R to change grid size. By pressing R, the block keeps its same alignment when we change grid size. If I go back up to large grid and instead press 4, it will now align to my character's orientation. So depending on your use case, this might actually come in handy for you. So if we change back to large, press R, we can then drop an armor block there. Now, we can't place another block out here, and we kind of need it. So what we're going to do is place another 2 on top, grind out the one underneath, the small grid one, not the large grid one, and then on top of this, place our connector. And as you can see, that lines up almost perfectly. Hopefully, I've placed it close enough that when I get these computers, that it will be able to lock to that large connector. There we go. Magnet's already working. If I go into the control panel of this connector, I can then scroll down, find lock, and press that. This connector is now safely locked to the large grid, and as a bonus, when we build our battery on board our ship, it's going to be able to get charge from our base, which is very, very handy. Now that we've got our connector, we can start building our ship. One of the things I want to add to this is going to be a large cargo container. I want to use a large cargo container because I want something big enough that if we find some ores in space, we can actually bring a decent amount back with us. These large cargo containers have 6 cargo access ports, 3 of the large type and 3 of the small type, arranged like you can see here. What I want to do is make sure that mine are arranged so that the large ones go backwards, forwards, and down. That's going to help align to the other blocks we're going to add later to make sure everything is nicely piped up. Conveniently, this connector here is hooked up to my inventory system because it's locked onto a connector on my base. So I can just press middle mouse to add my cargo container to my build planner, shift middle mouse to put it all into production, and then wait for all that to be made. Once all the parts are made, let's make sure this lines up correctly to my connector. So I want it this way around. When we weld this up, we can make sure that it is correct. We can see on the connector side, there's a big yellow boundary there, which shows the big ports there, big port to the front, and big port down. So that's our cargo container. The next thing I want to add is a survival kit. The survival kit on this ship is optional, but I like the idea of having it in the event that something goes a little bit wrong while we're up in space. Like, I don't know, going splat into an asteroid. And then you have to respawn back at your base down here, and your ship's up in space, and you don't know where it is because you haven't got enough of broadcast range, you're too far away from the planet, you can't see it anymore. You lost your whole ship. If you have the survival kit, you'll just respawn at it.
As I think it makes the ship on the whole look a bit better if we add this, I'm going to add a conveyor frame. This is one of your options from the large conveyor blocks on the small grid. It's going to extend that large cargo access port, so then we can get our survival kit, making sure its large one is aligned up properly, and we can weld both those blocks up. In this case, we can either use the standard cockpit or the flush cockpit. In this case, I'm going to use the flush cockpit, but both work perfectly because the ports that we're going to use are on both of them in the same place. So I'll place down the flush cockpit, get it welded up. The next thing I want to add is a battery. I'm going to add a large battery like this. I'm going to put it on the back of my survival kit here. The reason I want to add this now is the sooner you add the battery to your ship, the more power you get to build up in it from your wind turbines while you're doing the rest of the build, meaning that it's got more charge in it, ready to go when you want to launch. I'm going to place this against the back of the survival kit here, as far back as I can get it. So that's where it's going to go. There we go, battery on. To really make sure this is fully charged up when we're ready to go, I can also go into my control panel, and since I'm accessing it through the cargo container on this ship, if I search for battery, that specific battery is going to be this one, the one that shows up in white font. I can even rename this to make it easier to see later, and then I can select its charge mode and change it to recharge. It's now going to take battery power from my base and store it in there, which means it's going to recharge much more quickly, so it'll be fully charged by the time I'm done. Now we can get on to building the hydrogen part of this ship. We do need power on this ship, even though we're using hydrogen thrusters, because power is required for fuel to flow through conveyor systems. So we do need to make sure we've got that battery. I want to put a large hydrogen tank on. I want to make sure that we've got enough fuel to comfortably get to space and back, even if we don't do things with perfect efficiency. On a large hydrogen tank on small grid, we've got large ports on each end and small ports all the way around the middle. Fuel does not require a large port to pass through, so we can connect this to our large cargo container using the small port on the side. So if we rotate our hydrogen tank this way, making sure that the large ports are facing forward and backwards, we can attach it there. And that will allow fuel to pass through from this hydrogen tank, through these connectors, through the large cargo container and into the hydrogen tank. We need to be very careful in this build to make sure that we are aligning these connectors as we go, because there are a lot of blocks that we're about to place that have different sizes on each side and even have different arrangements that mean we could misalign it. So if you're finding that some thrusters at the end of this aren't switching on, make sure all of the blocks are connected properly, as it's very easy to mess up. I still do it these days. The next couple of blocks are going to be an oxygen tank and an O2H2 generator. Although we're going to be using fuel that we've produced at our base, in the event that we do get a little carried away and we fly too far away from the planet and our fuel reserves are getting low, if we have an O2H2 generator, we can then find ice on an asteroid or on a moon and fill this up, albeit slowly, but we can fill this up and eventually limp our way back home. So it's a bit of a safety net thing. Similarly with the O2 tank, it's kind of handy to have to make sure that we don't run out of oxygen in our cockpit. Now we could place these in either order. So if we bring up the O2H2 generator from our G menu, we've got our oxygen tank under the same group as the hydrogen tanks. If we have a look at these two blocks in small grid, the O2H2 generator has a large port on one side and two small ports on the other, while the oxygen tank has two small ports on one side and a large port on the other. So they're the same. They are slightly different dimensions, but they have the same arrangement of ports. I think we are better off having the oxygen tank directly attached to our hydrogen tank, because if we do this, the hydrogen tank will allow us to pass an oxygen bottle from this small port, because we're directly accessing it, through to the oxygen tank to be able to fill up that bottle to then put it in our suit. If we weren't to do that, we would only be able to refill our suit's oxygen supply from the cockpit and not be able to refill any bottles. Whereas for the O2H2 generator, ice can pass through the small ports, fuel can pass through the small ports, so there's nothing we need to move into it to fill up. So we'll begin with our oxygen tank. I'm going to rotate it this way. Then I need to make sure that the O2H2 generator is rotated the same way. We can tell with this sort of block which way it's rotated by looking at the horizontal bars on the large port, because they align with the two small ports on the other side. So let's build up the oxygen tank to make sure we've got it arranged the same way.
We've got the small ports horizontally, therefore we can grab our O2H2 generator, align our large port with its bars horizontally, and I know that they're going to connect. Later on, you can ditch a lot of these extra things, but I think at the start, I'd rather be over-prepared and prevent a lot of potential frustration. Now it's time for the hydrogen thrusters. So let's add those to our hotbar. G, search for hydrogen. We can add this little group here. We'll begin with the large hydrogen thrusters. We're going to need some steel plates. Let's grab that from our inventory. Large hydrogen thrusters have 4 ports around the side and 1 on the top or front or back, depending on which way you orientate it. I'm going to call it the top. And we're going to align that large port on the back of our hydrogen tank here, on the front of our oxygen tank here, and we're going to place 2 of them underneath. One just here, not connected to anything, and another just here on the bottom of the survival kit, also not connected to anything. And we're going to fix those connections shortly. You could easily place one underneath the cockpit and underneath this cargo container here, but I thought this might be a good opportunity for us to play around with some of the other conveyor types, and I think it looks a bit nicer, as well as lifting the thrusters up a bit higher onto the body of the ship. So I'll get these welded up. And with the thrusters welded up, you can see which ones are piped up, because they now get this little yellow flame on the front and back ones, which are connected, and these lifting ones are not. To connect these up, what I'm going to use is, on the bottom of the cockpit, a conveyor converter block. The conveyor converter block is a very useful block. It's got a large port on one side and then small ports on all the other sides. In this case, we're going to be utilizing that large port to convert to a port on the side that's going to hook up to our thruster. Making sure the large port is pointing upwards to connect to the cockpit. As long as you can see only small ports, you know you're okay. It can be either of the 2 remaining rotations. Doesn't matter which of those you choose to use. I'm going to do it this way because I kind of think it's going to look nicer later on. Between that and the thruster, just some straight conveyor tubes. And for this side, we're going to use the side port on one thruster to connect to the side port on another. Get these welded up, and then we should start seeing some flame coming out of these thrusters. And there we go. With that welded up, we've got fuel to all 4 of those thrusters. Now, because we're going to be going to space and there will be no gravity, we need to make sure we've got thrust in all 6 directions. So we've currently got 3 directions covered. We still need left, right, and down. And for these ones, I'm going to use small thrusters. You could use large thrusters as well, but I think small will be enough for our purposes here. I'm going to place 1 small one here and 1 small one here. And then same on the other side over here. Small one on the side of the connector. And a small one on the side of this thruster. Then for down, I'm going to add 1 on top of this connector and 1 on top of this thruster. The particular positions of these don't really matter as long as they are pointing in the right direction and not pointing at any other blocks. You don't want to cook your other blocks on this grid. The important thing to remember when following ship designs like this one, it's not important how the blocks are arranged, as long as they're connected up by the conveying where they need to be, and as long as they're pointing in the right direction, you can rearrange this however you like. If you're not particularly fond of an asymmetrical design like this,